Okay, test. How's everything going today? We got a long day ahead of us, that's for sure. Um, so, we're just gonna run straight into it, continuing from where we left off, with 1 day breaks. But first, let me double check my Warzone stuff. I should be, yeah, I'm doing fine. I think I already did both. Yeah, I did do both. Almost 6 million. Recitativo, DFM, TD Cage, 72%. Much on there, seems like. Anywho, I do actually have characters I need to level. Especially now that I have got the 50k gems I needed. Well, not gems, but 50k of the event stuff. I can now actually level up leap skills for a bunch of my characters. So we're just gonna quickly run through this. Live up to speed. Also, who else has a leap at the moment? Try to get all my older characters with leaps set up. I think I already, yeah, those all done. You, I still haven't done your leap. Train, leap. Like what, 15 million I think? I think I'm gonna need more cogs. It's like probably about 5 million each leap. Let's go here. Gonna need more cogs. A lot more cogs. $0.49 million. Nanami, Astral, Dawn, and I'll ignore Veritas for now. Members. Nanami. I still like to use her every now and then. Not often, but I do like using her quite a bit. Okay. And Astral, you're right here. Perfect, right next to her. Uh, 6 million or 600? Let's see. No, 6 million. Okay. Puts me at 4.5 million. And I probably don't have enough cogs for you. 200k. $400k. And 600k. I think it's 75. Yeah, 75 even. 200k. So 400k each, and then 75. Up to 18, so that's what, 17 levels, 2k, so 14. Could probably do the math real quick. $15 times 75 plus 400 minus 400 plus 400,000 actually. It's 3 million. 3,050,000 I need to finish Dawn. So close. 60k cogs, yeah. I'm not finishing that soon, so I'll just wait for like next couple days and then I'll get that finished up. And yeah, about what, 1.5 million per solo. That's like what, 4.5 million each, I think. So I'd still just need Veritas, and then we will be getting Karenina's Leap, Alpha's Leap, and Palefire's Leap, I think. So like 3 more. 2025? No, should be 4 more, considering the amount I have here. Because it's 2025 each, so yeah. Anyway, let's get started on the story. 1 day breaks. ER6. ER06. 1 day breaks. Okay, 9 stage achievements, 22 clear. Might be interesting depending on like how they split things up, but who knows. Anyways, 6-1. Fisher in the Wilderness. Families of the Constantine disaster survivors must unite. We deserve answers and compensation. Heavy-duty vehicles traverse the uneven terrain under the slanting rays of the setting sun. Roaring engines kick up thick clouds of orange sand, swirling in their wake. In the rail car, an old radio fights its way back to life with a weekend hoarse crackle. Families of the Constantine disaster survivors must unite. Even after the punishing virus outbreak, we cannot tolerate. Deserve answers and compensations. The vehicle hits a bump in the road. Hits a bump and the radio sputters out one last noise before falling silent forever. Didn't we just fix this thing? The brown-haired girl scratches her head and pounds on the radio a couple times while driving. Screech. At 5:30 afternoon, gather at. The radio miraculously jumps back to life after emitting a long hum. You've got quite a knack for fixing things, Bridget. It's almost the end of our shift. That broadcast, is that another protest you organized? So, Norman Mining still hasn't released a detailed accident report? Hey, Bridget! And looks like this is before she became a construct. Or maybe just after? I don't know. But, woo-wee! She's cute. Super cute. Younger Bridget. No, and the more they try to keep things under wrap, the more I'm convinced they're hiding something. Mom and Dad were the most skilled rescue workers out there. They're all human, yet they managed to save lives from the wreckage. There's no way they would die in a minor mining accident like that. She slams her fist against the steering wheel. The radio protests with a hoarse crackle, and she lets out a sigh. Oh, don't miss your stop. This is where you get off, right? Oh, yes. Thank you, Bridget. We wouldn't be able to go there to gather food if it weren't for your heavy-duty vehicle. See you tomorrow. Yep, see you tomorrow. The girl peeks out from the top of the vehicle. She smiles with a hint of sadness as she watches her last passenger of the day head home. Must be nice. Her family must be waiting for her at home with their rations by now. In the distance, the setting sun flares as it descends over the wilderness, as if squeezing out its last bit of brilliance. If only the accident at the Constantine mine had never happened. If only her parents' old friend hadn't been in danger. If only she had stopped her parents that day and locked them at home. Then her parents would also be waiting for her at home with their rations. Whew, that's enough. There's no use dwelling on what-ifs. What's done is done. This time I'll make them hand over the accident report. She rubs her face and settles back into the driver's seat. The radio crackles again and starts repeating the words she knows all too well. Even in the chaos of the virus's outbreak, we cannot accept our loved ones' deaths without recovering their remains. The mine collapsed, miners vanished, and every rescue worker who risked their lives for others have disappeared without a trace. Norman Mining cannot use the punishing virus outbreak as their excuse. Families of the Constantine disaster survivors must unite. We deserve answers and compensations. Such naive nonsense. Don't tell me people actually believe this. A large crowd has gathered around the corner. In front of the mine, they are holding handmade signs with anger on their faces. Of course people do. In dire times like these, people need something to hold on to. A researcher waiting by the door comes up with a broad smile. You're right on time, Trojan. Not going to run away anymore. Running away won't get us paid either. At least the Corona Corporation paid us. The blue-haired female construct casually curls her lips into a smirk. Hyde, did you really think I wouldn't notice what you did to my frame behind my back? Oh, wow. You actually remember my name. I thought I was just Researcher A to you. Trojan scoffs at Hyde. Her eyes narrow as she watches the protesters gathered outside the mine shaft. How long are these people going to keep this up? Can't exactly go in through the front gate now, can you? It's a bit of a pain, but I think we could use the elevator in the monitoring room that goes straight down. Sure, there's always more than one way to hell. Just like herself. Even without Corona's deception or this Constantine mess, she probably would have died somewhere else anyway. Perhaps even worse than it is now. I mean, not everyone gets to live a carefree life in this turbulent world. While Hyde tries to request elevator access, Trojan dawdles toward the crowd in a stillness standoff with the admins. The crowd is gathered behind a girl with brown hair who is standing right before the metal gate. She must be the troublemaker leading this protest. Of course, I am the survivor's family. My parents were rescue workers who took on Norman's rescue commission for the mining accident a month ago, and they never came back. According to the rescue team's code of conduct, if anything happens to rescue workers, the responsible party must issue an accident report. The responsible party is a laboratory contracted by Norman. We don't know. That's not an excuse. We want the truth. What was the cause of the mining accident? All mining machinery should have been removed and replaced with manual labor after the punishing outbreak. How did the virus suddenly break out in the mines? If there really was an outbreak, given how fast it spreads. So, why are most of the mining sites in Constantine still in operation? The administrator keeps stalling, then dodges behind the metal gate, slamming another heavy door shut before disappearing into a room. Every time. She slams her fist into the gate in frustration. It's already been a month. What else can we do? They're making deals behind closed doors again. She deliberately lowers her voice. I hear they're raising the compensation. Permanent residence in a safe area. Plus 6 months' worth of supplies. It's making some people waver. Let them take the offer if they wish. They have the elderly and children to care for. They'll need us to survive. They should take it. But what about you? I will never give up. The brown-haired girl raises her head. Her pupils are blazing like an inferno, ready to burst and burn through the massive gates before her. We're not getting anywhere. Babylonia will send someone here screened for humans with good compatibility for contract modification next month. I've already signed up. Contract modification? But the mortality rate is so high. They trample on us and our loved ones without hesitation just because we're ordinary civilians on the surface who pose no threat to their empire. What if I became a construct of Babylonia? What if I could reach the higher-ups in Babylonia? Dead or alive, I won't let them hide in the darkness forever. I will bring the truth to light, no matter what it takes. She glances discreetly at the brown-haired girl leading the group, without her usual derisive attitude. Such powerful drive in life. Trojan squints her eyes to feel a surge of vibrant energy. Her sensor modules experience an unusual warmth, a rare sensation for her. On a moonless night. Forget it. It's too bright. I feel low under the weather. She backs away from the fervent crowd with a sigh. You're moving at a snail's pace, Hyde. Looks like your clearance here isn't what it used to be. Your benefits and salary must have taken another hit. Ha! It's just a transition period. As a newcomer, I can't expect better benefits than everyone else, but that day will come. I mean, what would they do without my flawless work, wouldn't you agree? Oh, here's hoping you can keep up that pride forever. The comms in Hyde's pockets emits a short beep. Alright, the request came through. Let's go, this way. He points to a small hill nearby and makes a dramatic after-you gesture. You sly fox. Caution is simply a researcher's natural disposition. Dismissing Hyde's remark, Trojan sluggishly strolls toward the hill. Nearby, the brown-haired girl appears to have gotten a tip-off and starts sprinting in their direction. Trojan finds herself slowing down again for no reason. She passes by the brown-haired girl, nearly hitting her shoulders. Don't tell me you're gonna run away now. Hyde's voice haunts her from behind. I wanted to run away, would you even be able to stop me? Persian speaks in a lazy voice without turning back. The elevator hidden between the rocks races downward. It drops once again into the darkness. Okay, extra cost. 6-2. Pass the support force at his entry exam. Babylonia, support force. So, this is the support force. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you alright? Bridget accidentally bumps into a female construct carrying a big stack of documents when she takes a step back to get a better view of the expansive training grounds. No, it was my bad. I'm so sorry. The female construct quickly starts bowing without fixing her crooked glasses. Her braids almost touch her shoes every time she bows. But I'm the one who bumped into you. No, it wasn't because I was watching where... It was because I wasn't watching where I was going. Bridget stops the construct from bowing again and quickly picks up the scattered files. Well, now that we know each other, hi, I've just been assigned to the support force as a construct. Name's Bridget. I'm Roland. Roland adjusts her glasses, looking uncertain, takes the files from Bridget and starts speaking with a stammer. I'm a construct from the support force. Because I made some mistakes during a mission, I'm now being trained again. Aw, she's cute. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Yeah, it's sad. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as she speaks. I was so close to passing the training evaluation. I wanted to enter the task force. Hey, don't cry. Bridget panics. She's not sure how to handle this construct's sudden burst of emotion. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be like this. Roland sniffs her nose and forces herself to calm down. It's impossible to be perfect all the time. I've blown up quite a few vehicle fuel tanks before. At least now I have a chance to make it right. Bridget gives Roland a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yeah, you're right. Roland knows Bridget is just trying to comfort her, but she can't even remember the last time anyone cheered her on. Dead weight. That's what they all call her. Excuse me. Perhaps her terminal illness damaged her motor functions before she was turned into an attacker construct, and that's why she can never keep up with her team. Only one person wholeheartedly believed in her, and believed that one day they would fight side by side. Roland, you have to believe in yourself. One day you'll join the task force, and together we... Roland! The brown-haired construct's voice snaps Roland out of her thoughts. Sorry. She apologizes without thinking. You don't need to apologize all the time. It's not a good habit to have. The training camp is telling us to assemble. I'd better get going. I'll come with you. I need to complete enough training hours and pass the assessment. Wonderful. Let's do this together. Roland is Bridget's first friend in the support force. Here, these files just came in. I'm handing them over to you. The training data for this batch of newcomers looks pretty good. Wait, why is this kid's strength so unusual? Are you sure this kid is assigned to the right team? Hey, Trojan, come take a look. She gives her colleague a gentle nudge. This construct was assigned to support force just days ago. Some had reservations about the direct appointment, but she was definitely qualified. To avoid getting complaints, the captain only assigned her to train new recruits. Excuse me. Yeah, some phlegm. She drags herself over to the desk and sees the name Bridget by the captain's finger. Says here that she voluntarily joined the support force. Huh, well that's good. Support force could use more people like her, if everyone were like Roland. She lets out a weary sigh. I'll leave these new recruits to you. I'll do my best. The blue-haired construct lets out a sigh as well. She barely made it out of that hellhole alive, thinking she could catch a break only to find herself stuck in another. It would be almost impossible to get out of this hellhole, Her frame isn't good enough to have an atmosphere and vacuum dual flight system. She lets out another long sigh and mutters under her breath. Guess I have to ask for a raise. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just mean that all newcomers look really promising. She forces a professional fake smile. Support Forces training program is very complete. Trojan may not be familiar with their rules, but creating training sessions using existing guidelines should be easy. You again? Trojan couches next to an exhausted Roland with a defeated sigh. This won't do. You're drawing too much attention. Bridget flips through Roland's training data with knitted brows. She's unsure how to continue training this supposedly attacker construct with abysmal physical capabilities. As a barely qualified professional spy herself, she'd rather not have her name end up on the blacklist alongside Roland's. Roland, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hold everyone back. I'm so sorry. I feel like your balance control system is a bit odd. This could cause some trouble. Instructor, may I team up with Roland? I'll be the team lead. Trojan stands up and examines Bridget with a scrutinizing gaze. She had recognized the brown-haired girl on her first day as a new instructor of the support force. I'd suggest you focus on yourself. She'll drag it down your average score. She won't cause me any trouble, ma'am. I can help her without compromising my performance. Roland is also my first friend here. Right, Roland? The brown-haired girl's smile is so radiant that Roland gradually stops sobbing and gives a gentle nod. Thank you, but I don't want to be a burden. Come on, don't brush off my good intentions. Bridget reaches out to help Roland up, then gently dusts off her clothes. Ma'am, I will show Roland how to complete the rescue mission she was just working on. The rescue simulation system uses a standard frame version designed for support force training. It is different from your own frame, so you'll need to adapt it to it right away. She boots up the support force's real-time rescue simulation system once more. Yeah, stumbling over my words a bit. Sorry.
今回の任務は2つの段階に分かれているため、順に遂行してもらう。私がドローンから救援状況をリアルタイムで確認し、適宜フォローするわ。1段階目は救援目標の探索だ。現場の詳細情報を支援人員が教えてくれるなんて、ゲームの中だけよ。
Alrighty.
現実では、あなたたちこそ、その情報を調べる最前線の人員なんだから。行動を開始して。カウントダウンは始まっているわよ。了解です。
Worker outfit, nice. Bridget. There we go. Support Force Rescue Guidelines. During a rescue mission, always save people with high survival probabilities first. Make sacrifices where needed. And this. Frame combat techniques. Frames of this support force are extremely good at defense. It's necessary to dodge their attacks. Oh, if it isn't necessary, I'm not too sure. Frames of the support force usually come with a scan system. Open the scan system, but observe details in the environment. Okay. Moving on.
最低限の救援成果でより多くの人を救うんですよね。そう。生存率が高い順に安全を確保する。待って、何やってんの？早く逃げて。
Okay, I guess we're supposed to run.
冷静に選別をすることよりも、自分が救援活動に加わることで選別そのものを変えたいのです。
Hello, time to draw aggro.
自分が何をしているか分かっているの？ 任務中に遭遇した侵食体をいちいち相手にしていたら任務目標が救援から戦没になってしまう。
分かっています。誰かが生き残るために私がリスクを負うべきなら私はそちらを取ります。これは最終警告。
Nope, too early. There we
大
go.
丈夫、かすり傷よ。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。前方注意、会議して。
There we go. Okay, next up.
ありがとう。見捨てないでくれて。
お礼は不要よ。
Got you,
た
son.
だのシミュレーションシステムの任務でよかったわね。
Super
ネットだけで
down
なんとかなるほど
Baylord with
現
Bridget.
実は甘くないから。
I've always liked her. She's been great since she was first revealed.
精一杯やりました。自分を恥じることは一切ありません。
そう。じゃあ2段階目に行くわ。手がかりを分析し、はぐれた3名の救援目標を捜索して。
Okay.
血が止まらねえ。誰か。
Oh, looks like more people need help. Boom, 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 boom.
その程度なの？ここは私が食い止める。大丈夫、かすり傷。前方注意、会議して。これは最終警告。
Okay.
死ぬかと思った。助けてくれてありがとう。
Bro's good.
お礼は不要よ。
Got to find 2 more people. Should be right around here.
一歩たりとも超えさせない。一歩たりとも超えさせない。その程度なの？私、まだ生きてる。
And
あり
one
がとう。本当
more.
にありがとう。
Mm-hmm.
お礼は不要よ。
Mo daijoubu, watashi ga kita! Or something like that. Good old fun stuff. Now to find the last person. Could be this guy. Healing Halo!
ありがとう。あんたのおかげで助かった。
Sorry,
Ore wa
that
fuyo yo.
peak.
タイムアップ。
Okay,
Ako
rapid
mali,
sport
oh.
complete.
テスト終了。
As the real-time rescue simulation system powers down, Bridget stands breathless in the training area. Bridget, what were you doing just now? I was carrying out a rescue mission. That's not my question. This is not the procedures specified in the multi-party rescue protocol. According to the support force's multi-party rescue protocol, priority should be given to individuals with higher survival rates, making tactical choices when necessary. That's not what you just did. I concluded that I had enough strength left to save another group of refugees. You concluded? I didn't even went through that process. There wasn't even enough time. You caught me. The brown-haired girl scratches her head in embarrassment. In real combat, even the slightest mistake in your controls will kill you, not just the fragile refugees. Much to Trojan's dismay, seeing Bridget put herself in danger stirred an unusual feeling of anxiety in her. But I successfully rescued all of them. My mother told me that when we are in a crisis, we don't choose who to save, we should first resolve the crisis. Even if your choices kill you. Even if my choices kill me. I'd love to give you the perfect answer, but you act like the drop of a hat before you can think. Trojan lets out yet another sigh. In a few days here with the support force, she has sighed more times than she did in the entire year. No one wants to be part of ones I can abandon. That's why I always try to save everyone, as long as I can still move. That's a rescuer's code. I supple myself. The young girl meets Trojan's gaze without a hint of fear. Whatever works for you. She can't change Bridget now, but it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, the world will teach this radiant girl some harsh lessons. Trojan quickly scribbles her evaluation on the notebook as these dark thoughts linger in her mind. The only one to achieve a perfect score in support forces recruit training. Huh? What? This is crazy. So this is how it feels to move as a normal contract? How do you feel? So this is why it wasn't because I was too weak at all. Roland finally musters the courage to tell the frame maintenance staff about her past condition with Bridget's encouragement. I see. Yes, you have a point. Very few can achieve frame compatibility after terminal illness, so we haven't really refined our adjustment protocols for such cases. The staff runs tests and readjusts Roland's frame components and calibration parameters. When Roland returns to training, her performance improves dramatically. This doesn't really help cover my mission, but whatever. Trojan casually scrolls through her terminal in the shadows before focusing her attention on the two young women helping each other in the training arena. Hey, that move. You've got it all wrong. She hesitates but finally decides to give a warning. Like this. Actually, never mind. I'll show you how it's done. Trojan sets down her terminal with a weary sigh and strolls into the light. Okay, next scene. The Seeker. As the sound of Mechanical's gear breaks the silence, the massive screen suddenly goes dark. On the day of the support force recruit graduation, Babylonia's weather simulation system creates a brilliantly sunny day. Bridget, over here. Impressed by this year's recruit, support force captain approves limited funds for a modest graduation ceremony. Despite Trojan's protests and obvious reluctance, the graduation ceremony goes ahead in full swing. Bridget, look, my evaluation report. This, I can finally apply for transfer to the task force. That's wonderful. See, I told you could do it. All thanks to you. I'd probably still be the dead weight of the class without you. Thank you, Bridget. Don't mention it. That's what friends are for. Bridget laughs and gives Roland's shoulder a friendly pat. But I still want to thank you in my own way. Roland carefully pulls 3 colorful cards from her pockets with excitement. I managed to get 3 movie tickets from the WUWA. Would you like to watch it with me? Huh? Where's Jeffrey? He's away on a mission on the surface, but I'm not just asking because you couldn't make it. You're not my backup plan or anything. Look, to prevent resale, the tickets all have our names. Bridget, Roland, and T. Trojan? Yes, Instructor Trojan has helped me a lot, so I want to invite her, but I'm a bit scared to ask her. Hey, what's there to be scared of? Come on, I'll go with you. I haven't seen Instructor Trojan since earlier. Uh-huh. She's hiding somewhere, but I know exactly where. Let's go. Leaving noisy ceremony behind, Bridget guides Roland through shortcuts past the training grounds and supply areas to the support force warehouse. I had no idea there was a shortcut. Yeah, I like to explore if there's downtime between my training sessions. So that's how I know. She lifts the curtain and sees Trojan standing inside with her arms crossed. Who's there? Trojan instinctively moves her hand onto her weapon. I knew you'd be here. A harsh light breaks into the room. Roland managed to get 3 movie tickets. Care to join us, Instructor Trojan? Not interested. Trojan casts a tired glance at Bridget and the timid Roland, feeling mentally drained. When will they leave? The Corona informants will be here any minute. These tickets are really hard to get. They're non-transferable, and Roland went through a lot to get them. I'm really not interested. This is true. She's never been interested in the Golden Age. Maybe only a little. The only thing she cares about is hoarding actual gold. Movies are just actors acting out the lives and desires of others. When a character in a movie finds treasure, it doesn't help you in any way in real life. When they suffer, isn't the real world suffering much worse than the stage dramas in movies? Is that what you really think of movies as a form of entertainment? Is there an issue? Trojan ponders how to get the 2 of them to leave while she waits for Bridget to continue the argument. Okay? I mean, it's subjective. I may not understand it, but I respect your perspective. Let's go, Roland. When's our movie starting? It starts at 7:30 in the evening. Bridget quickly leaves with a tearful Roland, leaving Trojan momentarily lost. Still, I guess this is better. The Corona agent arrives exactly 5 minutes later, using secret signals before entering this corner of the warehouse that has no surveillance. 7:30 tonight at the new outdoor theater of the WUWA. You'll receive your next mission info there. The keyword is popcorn. Why are you holding out your hand? Ticket. I'm not going to pay money to get info for my new mission. Since when do employees have to pay to work? I can't make that call. I suggest you inquire with logistics support, or file for reimbursement afterward. You better hope that works. I've got other stuff to do. See ya. The informant leaves in a rush for fear that Trojan might grab a chair and smash it over his head. Too scared of Babylonia set up more encrypted channels, forcing these stupid rendezvous, and even now I'm even supposed to fucking pay for this myself? Ugh. Shit, damn it, I wanna bloody quit. Oh, it's already fucking 5:30. Where am I supposed to go get those cursed movie tickets? Wait. Let's go, Roland. When's our movie starting? It starts at 7:30 in the evening. Trojan pauses a moment before making a call. Bridget, is Roland still with you? Well, Night falls and a few stars begin to glide across the simulated sky. The WGA spent a fortune restoring projection equipment from the Golden Age and built a new outdoor theater to regularly screen classic films shot on Earth during that era. The chairman of the WGA claims that the films help those who have lived in Babylonia for too long remember their homeland, a place so close yet so far. This excuse is a bit far-fetched, but Babylonia proved it. At the modest outdoor venue, fighters and staff from Babylonia fills the seats in high spirits. Some have brought homemade snacks and various electrolyte drinks. Let's see, this is us. Oh, Trojan, you're so early. They are surprised to find the blue-haired construct already sitting there with her eyes closed. Several gold bottles lie by her feet. You're here. They did do her a favor, so Trojan forces a polite smile. I wasn't going to come because I don't really care for this kind of entertainment, as you know, but the drinks I ordered just arrived and they expire in 3 days, so I brought them here. or they would go to waste. Here, these are for you. She points at the neatly placed drinks. Hey, I thought constructs don't need to eat. No way, it's the limited edition beer like alcohol flavor electrolyte. The what? Constructs don't need to eat, but we can drink electrolytes like these. This is amazing. Joffrey and I have been dying to try this, but we can never get our hands on it. Wait, I thought alcohol flavor electrolytes have a shelf life of 30 days. Bridget gently tugs at Roland's shirt. Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you like it. She turns her gaze away uncomfortably. She is not used to handling such direct displays of emotion. Is the movie about to start? The guide lights dim as a massive screen raised by the WJ staff flickers with a snow-like static. This one should be called Twilight Seeker. I heard it's a really old film. This is my first time watching a movie. The movie begins. On an endless wilderness, golden sands and gunsmoke linger in the air. The sun is dipping low. Horses and convertibles race across the vast landscape. Cloaks billow wildly in the dusty wind as thundering hoofbeats rip through the air. The film rolls slowly, but Bridget and Roland are already lost in this symphony of light and shadow. Even Trojan finds herself drawn into this world on a screen. As the sound of mechanical gears breaks the silence, the massive screen suddenly goes dark. But what's going on? I think there's something wrong with the projector. The projector has short-circuited. The screening will resume in approximately 3 minutes. Please remain in your seats. I repeat, the projector has short-circuited. The screening will resume in about 3 minutes. Please remain in your seats. Oh, thank goodness it will resume. I thought I was just going to stop right at the cliffhanger. Trojan, where are you going? The movie will resume in 3 minutes. I'll go and get some popcorn. Trojan is walking in the darkness with a bucket of popcorn. Its ridiculous sweet aroma rises with an irritating intensity that disrupts her rare moment of peace. Hidden among the popcorn is a note with several timestamps written in code. Constantine, support, eliminate. A surge of emotion wells up in her. She cannot tell whether it is satisfaction or sorrow. She crumbles the note in the darkness and returns to her seat. Popcorn? Can constructs even eat that? It's fine. Eating occasionally can stabilize a construct's mind. Didn't you learn this in cultural training? Oh, mind if I try some? Here. Bridget giggles playfully as she shares the bucket of popcorn with Roland. Here, try some. She grabs a handful of popcorn and puts it in Trojan's palm. At the end of the movie, everyone meets their destiny. The villain who had all the cards falls victim to their own greed, and the vengeful hero rides off into a new life. I was so worried the villain would get a happy ending. If I were the protagonist, I wouldn't have gotten myself into that situation. Trojan, the movie's over. I spaced out. From that ending, right? It was amazing. Yeah, it was. The despicable and greedy will get what they deserve. This is how any story should end. Alright? Wait, Trojan, you're going the wrong way. The dorm's this way. Constantine. The Constantine mine was one of the early mines that the Norman Corps invested in. Babylonia, support voice. Alright, that's the support voice mandate. Efficiently manage on-field demands. Ensure precise coordination, targeted support, and timely assistance. Hold on to every spark of hope, no matter how small. The exhausted support force members mechanically recite their mandates. Why are we getting on another mission already? I'm going to be worked to death. I heard there's big trouble at the Constantine mine. That's probably why they're sending so many of us. It's just a mine, isn't it? Shouldn't the task force be handling this? It's no ordinary mine. It's a tantalum mine. Intel says there's been a sudden punishing outbreak. Several underground Norman Corps mining tantalum labs have suffered heavy losses. Punching virus has been around for so long. Why are they only reporting it now? Who knows what's really going on in there?
It's gonna be a little longer because it's not.
The job landed on us because this mission requires both rescue and scouting teams, and most of the task force is still fighting the corrupted on the surface. See that newcomer there? The one with brown hair? She shouldn't even be here. She literally just got out of training. That captain would have never let her join if this wasn't an emergency, and if she didn't have a relative on the rescue team for the constant mine collapse. Bridget looks around nervously in the crowd. Bridget, over here. Roland, what are you doing here? I thought you applied to transfer to the task force. The application will take a while since it's an interdepartmental transfer with no special circumstances. I heard you applied for this ground mission. I might not be as strong in combat as you are, but at least I'm familiar with support forces' other operations. Looks like we'll get the fight side by side again. Yeah, and also with Instructor Trojan. Instructor Trojan? Is she part of this mission too? I saw her over there. Her dear. There. The blue-haired construct is fiddling with her assigned weapons. Instructor Trojan! One of these days, I'll need to get rid of this flashy hair color. They quickly pack up and load all the supplies onto the transport aircraft. For this mission, support force will split into teams to enter different areas of the concentrated mine. It was no surprise that Trojan, Bridget, and Roland were assigned to the same team. So the mine never gave a reasonable explanation even after you went to Babylonia. Yeah, according to the rescue team's code of conduct, if anything happens, the rescue workers, the responsible party, must issue an accident report. But even after I sent a formal inquiry as a support force construct from Babylonia, they still refuse to respond. It's clear they're hiding a bigger secret, and revealing it would cause them more trouble than being investigated by a construct. Heartless bastards. God, that smile. Ooh! Damn, that smile. I have a feeling whatever caused this accident this time also caused the previous collapse. The only difference is that this time they lost control of the situation. I will find the truth of what happened to my parents. I refuse to let them fade into the darkness without a trace. Yeah, you're Bridget. I know you can do it. Roland clenches her fists to show support while Trojan's face remains hidden in the dark shadows. The Constantine mine was one of the early mines that Norman Mining Corps invested in. The advancement of construct tech helped them see its true value and resulted in the construction of this massive underground tower. Even the most experienced Constantine miners wouldn't dare to claim to know each of the vast underground tunnels. With all residents evacuated from the Constantine town, support forces left working in the dark, relying on the most basic methods for rescue and investigation. Nearly all power to the mine was lost in the accident, so the only lights are the dim glow of flashlights from support force members. The team is linked together in a single file by safety ropes to prevent anyone from getting separated. The caves grow more expansive as they go deeper. They eliminate several corrupted and continue slowly relying on only a map from the mine's administrators. Bridget? Yes. Roland? Here. Trojan? Trojan? Present. Trojan's signature lazy voice finally comes through after several calls. Underground comms are unstable, so they rely on calling each other to make sure no one falls behind. I smell blood. Over there. Oh, over here. The searchlight finds no survivors, only grotesque bloodstains that silently testify to the tragedy that had unfolded here. These marks don't look like the work of corrupted. Roland crouches down to examine the fresh bloodstains more closely. These are blood spatter from impact, gunshot wounds, and, over here, drag marks. Someone moved the bodies. I knew something was off about this place. Can you tell which way they went once? Fresh blood might mean there are survivors. That way. They all dash forward, following Roland's direction. Another 30 minutes pass. The squad leader slows down and starts another roll call. Trojan? The construct's voice rings through the deep, dark tunnel, trailing into an unsettling hum. Trojan, report in, or I'll have to cut your attendance points. Trojan! The construct's voice module almost produces a shriek, but there is no answer. Trojan is gone. What about the safety rope? Did she fall behind? The safety rope. Frantic, rustling sounds fill the air as they fumble in the dark, reeling in the safety rope. Panic begins to spread. The safety rope, it's been cut. Turn on the searchlights. The searchlights that were dim to save energy suddenly flare to full power, bathing the ground in light. There are traces of vital fluid. Trojan, did she? That's impossible. Everyone stay calm. Instructor Trojan is a seasoned fighter. No one can take her down without making any noise. Something's not right. I would like to request permission to head back to assist Trojan. Request denied. It's too dangerous and you're just a rookie. Split from the squad and you'll be dead before you know it. I'll follow the fluorescent markers we left along the way and cross-check with the map. 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes. If I can't find Trojan in 20, I'll regroup immediately. This is not a game. I'll go with Bridget. You? I may not be a good fighter, but I can track your trail and help Bridget catch back up with the squad. Don't make me regret this. 20 minutes. Only 20 minutes. If you can't find her, catch up with us immediately. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Trojan is moving effortlessly through a dark, craggy tunnel, not even using the portable lamp issued by support force. No matter how much she dreads working, duty calls. She hopes her getaway was smooth enough to avoid raising suspicion among the squad. As for her excuse for being in the lab, she could say she was kidnapped and fought her way out. They'd probably buy that, right? What if Bridget comes looking for her? Oh well, she won't be able to get past the authentication system and into the lab anyway. How rude. They just had to blow up my shortcut. Trojan avoids the collapsed shaft and takes a detour. She dusts off a control panel and activates the emergency power switch. Authentication successful. Well, at least these outputs made a backup power system that actually works. The door, hidden behind the rocks, slowly opens, revealing a dimly lit corridor. Don't say I don't care about my old colleagues. I mean, Kurono paid good money for this. With another sigh, she steps over several lifeless bodies and presses onward. They already killed pretty much everyone here. What's the point of making me come back? Huh? Faint noises come from the laboratory ahead. Oh, did I miss one? But wait, goddammit, it's me! Trojan puts her tongue in irritation but keeps her gun trained on hide. Why are you still here? Those Chrono shitheads started spraying bullets the moment they got in. Lucky I was quick enough to dodge back there. Quick, get me out of here. I have all the data on the copolymers with me. Come with me, I promise. Whatever I get, you'll get your share. Hey! Bang! Smoke wisps from Trojan's gun barrel as Hyde clutches his bloody shoulder in shock. That's your best offer for your life. Besides, why should I trust you? Maybe this is an opportunity from God. I never thought I'd get this lucky when I took this mission. Trojan, you vile rat! If it weren't for me, you'd have fucking rotted in that pile of corpses. Perhaps, though I may have preferred that. She loads another bullet and aims once more at Hyde's head. You can't kill me, your frame. I modified your frame. If I die, you won't get away with it either. How can you still be so clueless? Living or dead makes no difference to me. I live, only receive pointless missions like this to have you ripped apart, modify, and experiment on my frame. Maybe death is a sensible choice. Oh, never mind. To have you ripped apart, modify, and experiment on my frame. Maybe death is a sensible choice. So, Die here with me. The corners of her mouth twitch into a chilling smile. No, no, you can't! Trojan, what are you doing? For gunshot sounds, heavy footsteps echo from the hallway. Shit, those ignorant idiots. How did they blow a hole over there? Blinding lights flood in. This lab only had one entrance. There's only one way Bridget could have bypassed the authentication system. Kurono's soldiers must have accidentally blasted open a new path. Lower your weapon, Trojan. Who is this? Why are you pointing your gun at him? His face pisses me off. By the way, are you sure you want to point your gun at me? I am your instructor. Trojan finds herself moving her gun away from Hyde, despite what she says. She can't let Babylonia know about her real identity just yet. Are you the rescue team from Babylonia? Oh, thank goodness. I'm just a researcher from Norman here, here to study Tantalum more. Hyde cries out as if he's found salvation. Shut up. Are you really just a researcher? Man sitting slumped on the ground dots his eyes back and forth. Guilt is written all over his face. Of course, these are my identification documents. He fumbles to fish out his access card and ID badge. You don't strike me as just a researcher. If you're just a researcher, how do you explain all the bodies outside? That's... The constructs did it. They won haywire from the punishing virus. I had nothing to do with it. Oh, nothing to do with it? Then why are you reacting so strange? Could it be you're the mastermind behind all of this? It wouldn't surprise me one bit. A malicious smile spreads across Trojan's face as she emphasizes the word mastermind. What are you saying? I understand why you might think I did it, but... The two seem to be putting on some kind of show. Did they really just run into each other? Regardless of who this person is or what he did, Support Force does not have authority to execute anyone. Instructor Trojan, you're violating Support Force protocols. Bridget carefully observes Trojan's reaction. She can't quite grasp what's going on, nor can she determine who is lying based on their brief exchange. The best solution is to bring them both back to the Babylonia and let experts find the truth. Instructor Trojan, hand your weapon over to Roland. Here. She carelessly tosses her sidearm to the ground. Things couldn't possibly get any worse than this. Mission failed. Hyde is still alive, and now Bridget has found them. There's only one solution. She could set off bombs beneath the lab and blow everyone to bits. That would tie up all loose ends. But they've done nothing wrong. Regretting her infuriating indecision, Trojan steps back with a sigh. Scales of life. Never give up on hope. There's someone over there. The bullet travels much faster than the sound of the shot and grazes Hyde even though Bridget rushes in to shield him. Footsteps echo through the tunnel. Bridget gives chase, but the attacker is clearly more familiar with these dark passages and moves through them with ease. Bridget pushed you just in time. It's just a scratch. Roland quickly treats Hyde's new wound. Her brow furrows with concern. Hunting down a science researcher. What could they possibly want? Are you really just a Norman researcher? Why are all the attacks after you? What else is really down here in these mines? Are they really just tantalum research labs? Bridget grows suspicious of the frequent attacks and increasingly baffling situation. She even starts to wonder, do attempts on this researcher's life have anything to do with her parents' death? You said you started researching at the Constantine mines for Norman many years ago. Do you know anything about the last few mining tunnel collapses? Were they really just accidents? She trains her eye on the weary man before her, searching his expression for any hints. I don't know anything. I'm just a researcher. Pain from his wounds seems to be taking its toll. He is starting to look lightheaded. His eyes dart back and forth as he desperately tries to come up with an answer Bridget wants to hear. Collapses. Some of them were accidents, but others they were for Van carefully casts a dark glance at Trojan, as if worried that Trojan might have said anything against him. Trojan is leaning on the wall with her arms crossed. She ignores Hyde and lets out a submissive snort to deal with certain other things. Hyde stops stammering after he finally pieces together a coherent story for his lies. As he knows, tantalum copolymer research eventually involves exposure to the punishing virus. Sometimes there are unexpected byproducts of our research and get infected with the virus. We have no choice but to dispose of them on site. They're all mechanoids and animals. We have never conducted illegal experiments. We're just researchers. We don't have that kind of authority. He forces a strained smile. I'm not too familiar with the other labs, but maybe some of the tunnels collapsed because they need to dispose of their unexpected byproducts. What about the rescue team that came in? What happened to them? Bridget tries to seem calm as she scouts ahead, but her trembling voice betrays a worry for the rescuer's fate. The rescue team? Oh, yes, the rescue team. Some of them made it out safely, but others were mildly infected by the punishing virus during the rescue operation. We put them in the lower level labs for treatment. This is Norman Mining Corps' property after all. We certainly can't tarnish their reputation. We'll make sure they receive proper treatment before setting them back up. You know how things are with the infection and pathetic shortage of serum out there. Sending them up now would be sending them to their deaths. Feeling that he struck a nerve with Bridget, Hyde begins to ramble on. So, we just need to get out of here first. Yes, we need to get out quickly. Once we're out, I'll draw you a detailed map. The lab is very well hidden. Then I'll give you my access card so you can come back down to rescue those people. You spent so long in hell you can't even lie like a human anymore. Trojan? Trojan's muttering is barely a whisper, but Bridget's keen ears catch every syllable. Think what you will, Bridget. But for now, at least, I am not your enemy. She does not intend to explain herself, yet she holds no ill will toward Bridget. I sure hope so. Bridget's mind is in chaos due to the string of incidents and now the strange lead about her parents' disappearance. She notices the gaps in Hyde's story, but her mind keeps trying to patch over these holes to have something to hold on to. What should she do? Is Hyde telling the truth? Should she trust Hyde or Trojan? As an instructor in the support force, Trojan may not have the best attendance, but outside of this incident, she really seems to be a decent person. But why would a decent person point their gun at a researcher? That researcher, Hyde, he seems normal enough, but something about the way he acts is deeply unsettling. Is he really just an innocent researcher, or is he being hunted because he knows something he shouldn't? Trojan said she isn't my enemy, so then who is the real enemy? Watch out! A bullet whistles through the air. It's another attempt on Hyde's life. This won't do. They're probably using secret paths not on the map. We won't be able to catch them like this. She quickly makes a decision. Roland, how far are we from the main support force squad? Based on the markers and traces I found, we're about 10 minutes away. There could be more obstacles, so I can only give you a rough estimate, but I know we're on the right track. What about climbing back to the surface? If we can make it up there directly, we could get reinforcements. Given the current tunnel conditions, it would take at least 7 minutes to get back up. But I can't give you an answer. We should prioritize regrouping with our squad. With all our members, we shouldn't have any problem protecting one researcher. Roland, take the lead and guide us. Trojan, stay right behind her. She intentionally places Hyde behind Trojan. She doesn't want to take any risks without knowing the true nature of their relationship. Construct can easily kill an ordinary researcher with bare hands. She cannot keep a clear head when it comes to her parents. She can't trust herself to make the right decision. She'll leave it to someone more capable. For now, her responsibility is to ensure everyone's safety, first by regrouping with the support force, then by escorting them back to Babylonia. I can't tell if you're being careful or careless. Are you not worried I might attack Roland? You won't. Bridget clears her head, and her steps become lighter. If you're actually trying to kill Hyde only because you couldn't stand him, you have no reason to do that to Roland. Oh, you think so? You're that certain. You won't hurt Roland, I'm sure of it. Blue-haired construct falls into silence. They march in silence as Roland diligently scouts ahead. Markers left by their teammates indicate there's a bridge here, but shock tumble into a bottomless abyss. There is nothing but an empty void in front of them. Oh no, the connecting tunnel head is gone. Must be the assassins. Let me see the map. The map unfolds on the terminal, revealing a network of snaking mining tunnels. This path should get us to this area over here. Let's go this way. Hurry up. They move as fast as they can, but shadows lurking in the dark continue to have the upper hand. Following the map, they find the wobbly cable bridge. The aged structure looks like it hasn't been touched for years. I'll scout ahead. Once we cross this bridge, we can rendezvous with support force. Punches onto the bridge with careful steps. Thankfully, Norman Mining Corp was willing to spend its fortune on high-quality materials. Despite years of neglect, the bridge can still support at least 2 people. Trojan and Hyde step onto the bridge one after another. When they reach the middle, disaster strikes. A bomb flies out of nowhere and strikes the middle of the bridge. Trojan! Cough, cough. Help! Somebody help! Please help me! A massive explosion rocks the ground as the smoke clears. All that remains of the suspension bridge is a single cable dangling from a protruding beam. Hyde clings desperately to one end of the cable while Trojan hangs from the other. Roland! Save your breath. She's been knocked out. She was dumb enough to lunge to pull me away from the explosion, got hit by falling rocks. She won't be waking up anytime soon. The cable sways, creaking under the strain. The explosion has clearly damaged the aging metal. Now this is fucking ironic. It's like we're on the scales of justice. Darn it, why am I always the one being weighed? When will I be the one holding the cards? Trojan, hold on. First, check the survivor's condition. Alright, good, he can still shout, he should be fine for now. Trojan looks a bit down, but that's just Trojan. Checking Roland's vital signs, she's alive. Next, figure out how to get Trojan and Hyde down on this cable. Stop your wishful thinking, Bridget, you can only save one of us. The switcher thing's about to snap. I'm not your enemy, leave Hyde, he's... Help me, please save me. I know where the rescue workers are, I'm an expert on tandem go polymers, I can be useful. I don't wanna die. My research isn't finished yet. I can't die here. Shut it! I never make that kind of choice, Trojan. What if he was the one who murdered your parents? I didn't. It wasn't me. If he is a real murderer, he'll get his judgment after we get out of here. The support force and the rescue workers have the right to execute criminals. Support force and rescue workers share one mission to hold on to every spark of hope. She fixes her grappling hook firmly onto a rock and tugs on it twice before leaping with all her might onto the beam. Trojan lets out a sigh. Bridget is closing in, but at this point Trojan cannot let Hyde get out of here alive, both for personal and professional reasons. I'm sorry, Bridget. I really like you. If we'd met earlier, maybe we could have become good friends. What are you? Hyde, give me your hand. Trojan is a contract, so she should still be able to move. Bridget plans to secure Hyde to the safety rope first, so she can use him as leverage to pull Trojan back to safety using the momentum. Bang! A bullet whizzes past Bridget's ear and hits Hyde just as he reaches out with frantic joy. Bridget whips her head around to see that Trojan has let go of the cable to fire at Hyde. As Trojan falls, she waves goodbye to Bridget. Oh, Bridget cannot understand Trojan's actions, but she still wants to uphold the duty of a rescue worker and a support force member. Never give up on any hope. With her leg thrusters at maximum power, Bridget grabs Trojan's clothes and hurls Trojan with all her might at the only stable-looking platform in this bottomless mine shaft. Okay, coincidence. 6-6. You have absolutely no memory of me. How about that? You've been in more dangerous situations, but Bridget vividly recounts how Trojan fell off the cliff. Now she barely managed to hang on to the edge, still make your heart race. Is that why you took on this mission to Constantine again? Yes, of course. When I regained consciousness, I was already back with the support force. The support force was also ambushed by these unknown assailants when the squad detected life signals and approached for rescue. The tunnel collapsed, vanishing concentration spiked, and a pack of corrupted appeared. Okay, something's off. Yes, it spiked. She enunciates each word with emphasis. Vanishing virus suddenly appeared at the bottom of a shaft that I'd never seen an outbreak before. Now that I think about it, that mission was full of baffling information gaps. Why was the support force suddenly deployed? Was it really just for rescue and scouting? Or could there be something else? Or something they were trying to cover up? What did the mission report say exactly? The mission report said, a tantalum mining laboratory contracted by Norman Mining Corp conducted illegal experiments using tantalum ore, leading to the infection of some contracts and staff and an explosion causing the mine to collapse. And that's the conclusion. Young contract stormed into the support force office, clutching a stack of reports in her hand. What's really happened, Trojan? What does memory loss due to mind damage mean? And what about that researcher? Trojan, it's complicated. She's been transferred to another department. We no longer have the authority to inquire about her case. The researcher fell down the shaft. We didn't have the resources for a rescue operation from that height. They did a basic depth survey of the mine shaft. The conclusion was that not even a construct could survive a fall like that. If Bridget hadn't thrown Trojan onto the safety platform in that moment, Trojan wouldn't have survived either. What about Roland? Why was she transferred to the task force before I even got to see her? No, Roland. She actually requested the transfer herself. That's what you want. This is what she wanted, you know. She was trying to join Joffrey's team for a long time, and Joffrey is a commander of Silkworm. I checked the rules. Don't try to fool me. Transfers from the support force to the task force squad, you need at least 3 months of screening, or more, plus a joint investigation. I was captain of Roland's squad during her training. Why wasn't I sending the investigation reports on this? Hey, don't overthink it, Bridget. With a helpless sigh, the captain walks out from behind the desk and pats Bridget on the shoulder. Not every story needs to end with the end. But this isn't some story. He watched helplessly as they plummeted into the bottomless mine shaft. In any case, don't bring this man up again, Bridget. Some things are beyond what we can do. That's all. That's all. Later. Though the support force's casualty rate is slightly lower than the task force, the numbers are still horrifyingly high. During the rescue mission, the captain never returned from the ruins after saving 2 children. Bridget gradually rose through the ranks with outstanding performance and became the captain of the support force. After taking over the team, I tried to reopen the investigation into that incident. But most of the documents about the Constantine mine were confidential, and even the detailed mission records and the investigation reports were lost in an accident. What a convenient coincidence. Yeah, it's just that convenient. And you probably know what happened after that. After Trojan's mine was damaged, she was in recovery for a long time before being reassigned to the new squad, only to vanish without a trace. Roland, you know her too? Yeah. She follows Joffrey's silhouette and vanishes into the dark expanse of the red tide. Oh yeah, I think I remember that now. Chapter 13. Maybe this is a kind of liberation for her. Everything just seems a little too convenient. Every support force member involved in the Constantine mine mission has either been reassigned or lost their lives in action. Everyone except me. There has to be more to this than what I know. The brown-haired construct gazes out of the window where the brilliant sunlight paints a pristine, cloudless sky. I've always believed, as long as Chusa is still out there, one day darkness will be dispelled by the light. Haha, they all sound like They all say I sound like a fool when I say this, but I know this is true. And that day will come, I'm sure of it. Yeah, I knew this day would come eventually. That terminal emits a short beep. Must be the mission details. I also got mine. Perfect timing, I'd pretty much gotten used to this new frame. Bridget does a long, lazy stretch. This feels great. The power system's been enhanced and the overall controls are much better. The door creaks loudly as someone intentionally pushes it really hard instead of ringing the doorbell. Great, Reverend Commandant. I was told to look for you here. The blue-haired construct appears before Bridget with an air of casual nonchalance after so many years. She seems so different now, yet still the same in many ways. Oh, and you must be Bridget, Support Force Captain. Hello Bridget. I'm Trojan. The blue-haired construct puts on a practiced fake smile that Bridget knows all too well. Hi. By the way, you have absolutely no memory of me. Do I know you? Trojan turns around and gives Bridget a rather impolite once-over. I don't believe I've ever met you. The blue-haired construct does a little shrug. Sorry, I had some issues with my mind and lost a lot of my memories. Anyway, since I'm representing Norman Mining Corps for this mission, whatever happened in the past, I am not your enemy. Bridget lets out a quiet sigh. Anyway, I'm here to let you know it's time for assembly. We should get going. Everyone's already standing by at the departure point. Apparently we'll have another briefing. Why do we need so many meetings? Despite Trojan's reluctance, the pre-mission briefing must go ahead as planned. Okay. 3D hologram of the mine shaft hovers in the middle of the conference room. It looks more like an inverted tower than a typical building. The operations participants gather around one side of the hologram as Selka briefs everyone on the mission. During the brief window, when the data wall was breached, the Science Council managed to intercept a portion of the information. While most of the data is still being processed, this particular section specifically mentions tantalum copolymers. The basic concept involves using an alternative material chain as a medium for connection, with tantalum serving as a skeletal structure while linking it to another branch to form a copolymer. They aim to expand the compatibility range of tantalum 193. The primary objective of this mission is to enter the consistent mine and retrieve as much of the experimental data as possible. And why the consistent mine? Avalon has dug out records of resource flow from that time. While there is no definitive evidence, we can reasonably deduce that a laboratory might have been conducting tantalum research in this area, and the most likely location is a consistent mining site. Combined with the information voluntarily provided by Norman Mining Corps, we are now confident in our deduction. So, is our technology mature enough? That's impossible to determine at this point. Only a handful of encrypted documents mention that they achieved some experimental results, but none of them clearly specify the nature of these achievements. Therefore, your other objective is to investigate and clear out any abnormalities in the mining site. Until the Science Council figures out how to conjure tantalum more out, and there we need raw tantalum copolymer synthesis. Raw tantalum? Yes, Babylonian tantalum reserves are limited and no large deposits have been discovered in any of our current conservation areas. Instead of risking exploration elsewhere, we should focus on reclaiming the consistent mining site. Norman Mining Corps will find the structural data for consistent mining site, and will also send some of our researchers to assist you. What about the data from the underground lab? That data was lost during the transfer process. Oh really? I have no reason to deceive you. Norman Mining Corps also wishes to reclaim the site. I will offer all the files, including investigation records of all the mine collapses, as well as Butler's Skype's final video recording before his death in the mine shaft. Butler. Norman Mining Corps had decided to withdraw their investments in this research facility and hadn't submitted any new findings for a long time. Given the gravity of the situation, my grandfather sent his most trusted butler to handle the negotiation. Everything was going smoothly until Skyke sent an unexpected message claiming they had achieved new research breakthroughs and requesting additional funds. Before the corporation could dispatch a new investigation team, the mine collapsed. Skyke perished and left no remains behind. As for the rest, including your parents, Miss Bridget, we initiated a follow-up investigation. However, more sites collapsed and Northern Mining Corps lacked the capability at the time to deal with the vast numbers of corrupted and to properly address the situation. I offer you my deepest apologies. Victoria steps out from behind her desk and bows deeply to Bridget. This sudden, frank apology from Norman Mining Corps' head leaves Bridget dumbfounded. Tyke raised me, and he was loyal to Norman Mining Corps even in his death. If you find his remains during your mission, please bring him back. Norman Mining Corps will offer a handsome reward for your work. That's all the information I have access to regarding the constant mine at my current clearance level. Okay. Returning to the mine. Feet all corrupted, unknown achievement. It's been years since she last set foot in this abyss. Airport. Alright, one last time. Sack support force mandate. Efficiently manage unfair demands, ensure precise coordination, target support, and timely assistance, and hold on to every spark of hope, no matter how small. Excellent! Now go, victory will be ours. Yeah. Squad members dispersed in all directions, each heading to their assigned missions. Bridget! Hey, Kane, Lucia. Lee and Liv are not coming. This frame is due for scheduled maintenance and he is on another mission. You agrarian folks sure know how to keep yourself busy. By the way, this is our first official collaboration, right? Excluding all the times we helped each other out. Yes. Kane, Lucia, here's to our first official mission together. Looking forward to working with you. I'm certain we'll work well together. This mission involves Norman Mining Corps. How are their preparations coming along? They're already here. Look, over there. Norman Mining Corps delivers their promised supplies on schedule. A female staff with glasses gives orders as they sort the load supplies into the transport aircraft. As usual, Trojan stands by the transport aircraft with her arms crossed, lost in thought.
Later. Sprinkled cheese. I only have a little bit. Do you want it now, or do you want it for your dinner?
Yeah. The female staff turns and notices the group standing nearby. She fixes her glasses and walks over.
You want
No,
more?
that's good.
Because
That's
you
good.
have a little bit.
Moment. Got myself a meal that I need to eat. But anyways, hello, I'm Angia, co-coordinator for this operation and head of the Norman Tantalum Research Division. That's Trojan, our security consultant responsible for the safety of Norman Mining Corps researchers. I need to eat. hot. I'll let it cool down a little bit more. Anyhow. Oh, hello. No need for that. I've heard all about you. Let's get to work. She turns around and checks her terminal. I need to go back to sorting resources. Please follow the agreed plan and meet us at the designated time. Why so serious? Oh, it's rare to see someone from the support force being this serious. So, are your backup supplies ready? Commandants and my backup supplies are all set. It's almost time, let's head out. Since Babylonia has pinpointed the location of Constantine Downs, finding the still intact Constantine mine proved to be no challenge. Howling winds seep through the abandoned town, now nothing but a hollow void. I used to make a living here, driving public transport. Wonder if my old heavy-duty vehicle is still around. Whoa, boss, is this where you used to live? Haha, yeah, I lived here before the punishing outbreak. I was so small back then, so I can't remember much. At that time, Norman Mining Corp built a CPF here to protect the tantalum mines. That's why the virus concentration in this area was always within safe levels. By the time I was old enough to remember things, my parents were already working as rescue workers in the surrounding areas. Your mom must be a real beauty. Shut it. So does this mean the CPF can be reactivated once it's fixed? In theory, yes. This should make things much easier. Bridget continues her explanation as the small town gradually comes into view. Strange rocks dot the surrounding wasteland while whirling sand and dust spiral in the air. The sturdy city gates stand guard as its humble residents work tirelessly to rescue survivors from the surrounding disaster zones. The only regret is that there's hardly any food here.
No, for you.
Yep. Alright, near any else to say to us. Thankfully, I have my trusty heavy-duty vehicle. That one's a beast I reinforced from the front bumper, so your average cop would stand a chance against it. We're almost there. Anja, who has been quiet this whole time, suddenly speaks up. Crumbling buildings that are still standing gradually thin out. Further ahead, a cluster of single-story buildings comes into view. This is it, we're here. Constantine Mine? Main building of the mine is surprisingly modest in size, not nearly as towering as you've imagined. Most of the complicated structures are underground, but the original mine entrance has collapsed. It'd take station personnel 3 days. Well, it'd take station personnel 3 days to clear it up. According to the corporation's original blueprints, there should be another mine entrance over here that hasn't collapsed. Always good to have a backup plan. As Bridget sneers at the idea of having multiple entrances all over the place, Anja cuts her off with a cold retort. This is efficient resource management. Anja's authorization chip activates the dirt-covered hidden control panel. Stale dust billows from the mine shaft, bringing with it the musty scent of decay. Support force will split into 2 teams. I'll lead one with Trojan and will be entering this way, while Kane and Alicia will lead the other team and coordinate with Anja to investigate from the other way. Let's stay in touch so we can all ask for help immediately if anything comes up. And when we're done, we'll rendezvous here in the main hall inside of the mine. Understood. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Bridget takes one last focus look at the mine entrance. It's been years since she last set foot in this abyss.
ノルマンの研究員たちと共に私たちがあらかじめ確保したルートに沿って進んでください。
了解。それなら通信は接続したままにしておく。
それでは作戦開始。
person.
どうしてここに研究員の死体が？前に行動に入った時、この辺りには誰もいなかったはず。それにこの傷跡、致命傷は鈍器によるものだろうけど、足に重創がある。
致命傷以外にも傷跡が？裏に何かありそうね。
進みましょう。他にも何かあるかもしれません。
Interesting. Looks like we got another mystery ahead of us. Okay. Go. Up, Captain.
大丈夫、かすり傷よ。一歩たりとも超えさせない。一歩たりとも。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。その程度なの。
Okay. Next gate.
このエレベーターはまだ動くかも。停電しただけで回路を接続し直せば動きそうです。
Now, do they expect us? Hold on. Yeah. I think I gotta close and reopen the game and try this again. Oh, let me eat much more food. Now. I have to go into deal with this problem. Bear with me a moment.
.私たち支援部隊が先陣を切ります。あなたは どうしここは私が食い止める。その程度なの？ここは私が食い止める。これは最終警告よ。前方注意、会議して。このエレベーターはまだ動くかも。
Okay. Buttons. While. Turn on. Right. It was thingy. And oh, switch camera on. There we go.
停電しただけで回路を接
Yeah,
続し直せば
nothing's
動き
tied
そう
to
で
it.
す。
But give me a second. Huh? That works. Let me finish eating real quick and then we'll continue. Okay, sorry for the wait. Whew, I'm stuffed. Pasta bolognese. Good times. Let me go put this plate up real quick though. Okay. Sorry for the wait, but now we're all good to go. Here. Okay. Anything interesting over here though? Yes, actually. Reconnect. Okay. Here. Yeah.
大丈夫、かすり傷よ。前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。その程度なの。大丈夫、かすり傷。前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。これは最終警告。妙な傷跡ですね。刃と銃によるものもあれば、鈍器による不規則な傷口もある。一見すると最初の死体と酷似していますが、細かく見ると違います。致命傷となる傷がこれだけあるのに、犯人は被害者が息絶えた後も死体を傷つけ続けた。
その話だと、犯人は完全に理性を失い、復讐のために腹いせでめった打ちにしたってこと？
それに遺体の姿勢を見るに、おそらく死亡してからここに運ばれている。
わざと死体を道のど真ん中に放置するなんて、まさか侵食体の仕業に見せかけようと？
その可能性がありますね。調査員の経験が浅ければ侵食体による傷跡だと見間違えてしまうかも。進みましょう。真実はそう遠くないかもしれません。
10? So I guess we didn't have to take the elevator. Kane, Lucia? The deeper they venture into the mine, the weaker the signal becomes. Thick layers of earth block most radio waves, and the terminal shortwave communication channel, established in a hurry, produces nothing but garbled, static-filled noises. Well, voices. Has there been any unusual activity? Yeah, it's weird. According to the mission details, this mine was sealed off after the support force evacuated. The shaft has collapsed again due to a prolonged lack of maintenance, meaning no one should have been able to get in here. We found bodies. Support force would never leave bodies behind like this, even in emergencies where they couldn't transport all casualties. They would at least attempt burial on site. They'd never let corpses pile up in this way. No large bloodstains detected in the vicinity. After completing the inspection, Lucia and you exchange knowing glances. Eyes appear to be those of researchers, but we don't know exactly who they are just yet. They were moved here after death. Same here. There have been incidents in these mines. Please proceed with caution. We'll stick to the original rendezvous point. Over. Copy that. Lucia, let's keep moving. Lieutenant, something seems a lot off with that researcher. Lucia intentionally slows down and whispers into your ear. Angia? No, it's not just her. Her deputy is suspicious too. Their faces show panic, but their posture remains composed. While people seem genuinely scared, their reactions, if anything, seem feigned. It's already as if they knew what we'd find in the mine. Due to unknown risks, the plan and the separate reconnaissance missions are cut short. About 40 minutes later, both teams rendezvous in the hall. This junction connects multiple mining tunnels with unexploited rock formations behind us, making this place highly defensible against attack and, if need be, a great escape route. Well, it's great to be talking face to face. Sure was a lot of work trying to talk over the static in the shortwave channel. Constant Mine should have its own internal comm system. We'll be able to use the internal shortwave for communication if we get transmitter and receiver fixed. Cheryl, see if we can do that. Right on it. Cheryl, a member of the support force, dashes out in a hurry. Are we really wasting our time and energy on that at a time like this? You think it's a waste of time? Oh, why don't tell me how we're supposed to get hold of one another in a mine as big as... In a mine this big if anything goes south. We need to stay in touch with support force to efficiently manage on-field demands. Angier? When in Rome, do as Romans do, yeah? The gentle tug from Trojan Angier drops her argument with Bridget. So what's our plan? Well, storing supplies here for now. I'll send a squad to reinforce the mining tunnel to prevent any secondary collapses in our access route. The rest of us will pick an area to investigate. If you come across anything about the laboratory or the corrupted, don't engage. Fall back and immediately report your findings. As Bridget assigns tasks and directs everyone to their positions, Lucia quietly slows down to match her pace to yours. Commandant, I'll let Bridget know to keep an eye on Angia and her deputy. Keep an eye on the rest of them, Lucia. Anyone else you find suspicious, Commandant? It's quite simple, really. You make a gesture outlining Angia and her deputy. These two can't possibly put up a fight against the support force. I'm pretty sure we're not out of the woods yet. Okay. Let's find out what that hidden item is. Hippity-doo.
どうして進 丈夫、かすり傷よ。前方注意、会議して。ここは私が食い止める。その程度なの。一歩たりとも超えさせない。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。これは最終警告よ。
Okay. Let's see. Does anything over there? No, not over there.
このエレベーターはまだ動くかも。停電しただけで回路を接続し直せば動きそうです。
Leave it was. Okay. Investigate.
頭を撃たれてる。こっちは心臓。あれから何年も経っているのにまさかまだ動くなんて。一歩たりとも超えさせない。ここは私が食い止める。大丈夫、かすり傷。一歩たりとも超えさせない。
Purely. Purely again.
前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。その程度なの。一歩たりとも研究員たちの遺体には傷が多いけど致命傷はたった一つだけ。それに遺体は全てこの一帯に集中しています。この辺りは開けてい。
彼らが亡くなった後に。
はい。それにエレベーターも破壊されて、人知れず何らかの目的を果たすためとはいえ、こんなにも死者を冒涜できるなんて。
とりあえず進もう。
First clues. And yeah, dead end over here. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
大丈夫、かすり傷。前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。一歩たりとも超えさ。これは最終警告。大丈夫、かすり傷。一歩たりとも超えさせない。ここは私が食い止める。その程度なの。前方注意、会議して。ここは私が食い止める。これは最終警告。一歩たりとも超えさせない。一歩たりとも超えさせない。
Yep.
妙なす。
And do that. And here we go. Skippity-doo, skipperinos. Okay, second collapse. Deep rumbling echoes from the path behind, spreading through every corner of the mine. Deep in the mine, main lobby. The second incident strikes sooner than anyone has expected. Shortly after the rest of the scouts disperse, a violent tremor rocks through the mine shaft. Deep rumbling and the sound of falling rocks echo from the path behind, spreading through every corner of the mine. Upon returning to the hall with the rest of the group, Bridget immediately stands out in the center of a gathered crowd. Her face is grim as she grips Angier, who bears fresh scratches. What's going on? The mine collapsed. We lost some members from the tunnel reinforcement team. Our way back is completely blocked, and we've lost all communication with the outside. Angier and her deputy here would have met their doom if I hadn't acted fast enough. Bridget's news sends ripples of shock through the crowd, leading to hushed conversations and whispered exchanges. Quiet down, everyone. Let's stay calm. Let's hear what Bridget has to say first. The crowd's murmurs gradually fade, but Bridget remains quiet. Her eyes remain locked on Angier, her grip on Angier's hand still firm and unyielding. Bridget? Never even occurred to me that I should keep an eye on you until Kane told me to. Bridget opens her mouth and then pauses to collect her thoughts. Angier, why did you and your deputy just stand there when the cave-in started? You clearly had enough time to make it back to us. Bridget? Lucia steps between them and pats Bridget's shoulder. Angier seizes this chance to break free from Bridget's grip. She lowers her head, hiding her face while gently rubbing the spot where she was grabbed. I'm sorry, everything happened so fast and we never dealt with anything like this before. We panicked and froze up. We were too scared to move. I know why you came down here to mine, but that doesn't mean you need to be suspicious of everything. Hi, Bridget. I'm sorry, I lost my squad members who were trying to save these two. I'm just a bit... Bridget takes a deep breath and steps back. After a long moment, she finally regains her composure. Yes, there are things I want down here, and I have other motives besides the mission, but that will never cloud my judgment of what takes priority. If I've wronged you, rest assured that you'll get an apology. But Angier, if you're hiding something, fine. Just don't try anything sneaky again. I want you to understand, uncovering the truth about the past or even completing this mission for Babylonia, none of it matters more than getting everyone back safely. After composing her in those few sentences, Bridget signals for the rest of the group to escort Angier and her deputy away. After briefing everyone on a few matters, Bridget dismisses the crowd. Sorry you had to see that, Kane. It's good to show emotion, especially in the military, as long as it doesn't interfere with what's at hand. I know it just never occurred to me that they'd be so drastic. We confirmed the collapse was caused by humans. We don't have definitive proof, but it's hard not to get suspicious when we've seen the corrupted we saw in all the cave-ins we've experienced. We should plan for the worst case scenario. The real problem is that we've completely lost contact with the outside. We need to be prepared to set up camp here, possibly for an extended period. Setting up camp isn't an issue. This should come as a no-brainer for support force since they operate in dangerous zones year-round. But Norman's research team, probably not so much. I'll take care of that. Learning how to manage the mental state of rescue subjects is part of our basic training. And there's some good news. Cheryl found the mine's internal comm system. Both the transmitter and receiver still work. Once we've secured stable communications in the lower mine, I'll plan to have our technical specialists work with Norman's research team to modify the comm equipment. Still see if we can restore contact with Babylonia. That's good. Keeping them busy will stop them from overthinking. But yeah, please check on the situation of other mine tunnels in the area. There might be a passage connecting the outside we haven't yet discovered. Copy that. Babylonia. Thud. After the muffled sound, a hammer leaves a dent in the conference room table. Selka flinches instinctively, unsure whether she's feeling more overwhelmed by the slam itself or the compensation form she'll have to fill out later. Stay composed in times of crisis, Carnia. You need to keep your cool. Keep my cool? We're already on our third rescue proposal and you want me to keep my cool? What exactly is Babylonia planning to let the engineering force step in? Trust me, we won't do anything rash. Engineering force will advance carefully from the outside based on the mine's condition. Safety guaranteed. I trust you, but that's not the issue here. I know you're anxious, but please be patient. An hour will pass before you know it. It's been 5 hours since we last heard from Kane. Did we really have to wait full 6 hours of radio silence before I cleared the move? I understand how you feel, but applications take time and so do arrangements. Time is exactly what we don't have during times like this. Why do we? We can't confirm if this is just a comms issue or an actual accident. The mine itself is already a complicated environment, which is why it takes time. Rushing in might only complicate things further. I mean, Kane might have only moved out of the service area temporarily, right? Huh? Out of service? Come on, Tendy, you gotta be kidding. Teddy ignores Karenina's irritation, her fingers dancing across her keyboard. After pressing the final key, she swivels her chair to face Celica. Engineering force needs prep time anyway. If it turns out to be a false alarm, we can either clock out early or get a day off and return. What do you think? Celica hesitates at the payment notification in her terminal. The amount shown could cover 20 desk replacements and then some. That's not the issue. This account isn't on the publicly disclosed list. Celica looks over at Wells. Sir? He removes his glasses and rubs the bridge of his nose, speaking with a resigned tone. Go ahead, but be discreet. Did you hear that? Be discreet. I haven't gotten the official approval yet, but I've already had the spaceport start its preparations. The same old place. Inspection of engineering forces exclusive transport ship should be done soon. Make it quick, alright? I knew I could count on you, Teddy. The thud of Karenina's hammer hitting the ground drowns out the rest of her words. She dashes out of the door like a gust of wind, leaving behind 2 broken tiles and no trace of where she's gone. Looks like transferring those extra funds was pretty smart of me, so I don't have to pay for the damaged floor now, right? Wells waves to Celica as she tries to step forward, but leisurely bends down to pick up the hammer and 4 fragments that Karenina dropped. I have a feeling you've seen far into the future. You knew the mine would collapse before it happened, didn't you? I'm a hacker, not a politician. I don't deal with conspiracies and speculation. Teddy shrugs and closes her operating system and steals a glance at a familiar portrait in her contact list just before the screen goes dark. I just figured that anything Norman's involved in is bound to go wrong somehow. It's practically a given. Keep in mind, main lobby. While the others busy themselves setting up camp, the Bridget leads Trojan to a secluded corner. So, pulling me aside when something goes wrong, am I on the suspect list now? Heh, an alcohol-flavored electrolyte. That tastes like beer. Trojan takes a bottle of electrolytes from Bridget, weighs in her palm, and examines the packaging before handing it back. Forget it, we don't know how long we'll be stuck in this forsaken place. Better save supplies when we can. Bridget takes back the electrolytes with a conflicted expression, seeing Trojan's completely normal demeanor. Even she, usually straightforward, finds herself at a loss for words. Ah, did we used to drink this together before? Huh? How did you know? Trojan shrugs, casually sits down on a rock and taps her head. You're easy to read, or rather you weren't trying to hide it. You asked me to meet alone, not just because I belong to Norman, but also because of the memories I've lost of mind trauma now. Yep. Upon hearing this, Bridget lets her guard down and takes a seat next to Trojan. You were here back then too, not in this tunnel, but in the same mine. Bridget's words send Trojan into a momentary daze, causing their visual audio systems to fall slightly out of sync. Bridget? Yes. Erlin? Here. Trojan? Trojan? Trojan! Present. Bridget has to call Trojan's name several times before Trojan, lost in thought, finally responds. What's gotten into you? You were totally out of it just now. Well, I guess I'm just a little exhausted. Face to face with those worried eyes, Trojan can't help but want to look away. Even though their words carry hidden intentions, the person before her still radiates warmth and friendliness. Knowing herself, Trojan can't seem to remember why she decided to take this job in the first place. YOLO is a new back, and she's been living by it. It's too bright, but I'll get uncomfortable. What did you say? Well, considering you gave me that drink earlier, I'll be honest with you. Trojan suddenly stands up, dusts herself off, and steps away from Bridget. Norman did assign me to assist on Jay and report back with intel when possible. But it wasn't mandatory. They only brought it up as a formality, and they explicitly told me I could take it or leave it. So, there's no so. One drink's worth exactly this much info. I've told you all I'm willing to share. If you want to know more, you've got to sit down for a talk with Andrea yourself. If I were on her side, I could tell you now that you wouldn't be able to bring Andrea back, as if she wanted to run. Without looking back, Trojan walks toward the crowd as she does a half-hearted wave in the air. I'm off, sunshine. Make sure you assign someone to keep an eye on little Andrea. Hey. Underground tower. Who is he in the king dust? Keep in mind, 3 days have passed since they lost contact with the outside world. They've gone from feeling tense to anxious, and they're just feeling exhausted. Even Andrea, who was initially under suspicion, seems affected. She's been remarkably well behaved for the last 3 days. Until, Oli, we've got trouble. What's wrong? Andrea's gone. We don't see her anywhere. And Scylla, too. She was guarding Andrea, but we don't see her anywhere now either. Where's Trojan? Oh, I'm right here. Just to be clear, I haven't received any orders from the organization in terms of helping Andrea escape or anything like that. This was entirely her personal decision. I had nothing to do with it. Trojan raises both hands in mock surrender. There are traces of vital fluid. Trail leads that way. Scattered traces of vital fluid trail off into the pitch black mine shaft. Andrea and her deputy couldn't have slipped away so quietly on their own. Someone must have helped them. Cheryl, stay here with your team and to guard the supplies, set up patrol ships, and start repairing the transmitter and receiver. Contact us immediately once communications are restored. Understood. Katie and Lucia, I need you both with me to track down Andrea. If there is crossfire, I want them subdued immediately, and that includes you, Trojan. Bridget's eyes fix on Trojan as she tries to slip away, her brow slightly furrowing. As she enters the mines, stale mysteries and decaying dust assault her senses. The mounting questions leave her no time to dwell on her complicated history with her former instructor. What exactly is Trojan trying to do down here? I'm not your enemy, I've told you this many times before. And I can't take that risk. Andrea belongs to Norman Mining Corps, and so do you. I can't risk you leaving you at the camp. Not easy being the good guy, is it? Let's move out. We need to find them quickly. Judging by these vital fluid traces, I'm worried Scylla won't last much longer. That was almost easy. Hey you over there, researcher, what do you think you're doing? My assistant is injured and needs medical attention. Don't waste your time. That construct got him good. He won't last long anyway. You don't seriously expect to find a fully equipped medical bay in a place like this, do you? As if proud of their cool drug, the two Canarino soldiers guffaw in unison. This wasn't part of our agreement. I made clear that both my assistant and I need to remain unharmed before I would help you with the recycling. Say, do you even know what's up? Bruno soldier stops in his tracks, sizing up Andrea with a glint of malice in his eyes. We finally managed to escape from Utopia in that madman's pursuit, thinking we could enjoy some damn peace and quiet. If it weren't for the mess you people caused, we wouldn't be stuck in this god's-forsaken place. I never forced you into anything. You volunteered. Who the hell said we volunteered? He spits on the ground with contempt. Your professor proposed a data retrieval mission, and you negotiated terms. But let me make one thing clear. The person you made that deal with isn't here anymore. Ahem. Let's stop there. The Chrono Soldier makes a show of cleaning his weapon menacingly before falling silent, continuing to escort Andrea forward. Forces stumble forward while carrying her gravely wounded deputy on her back. Andrea's mind begins to drift into a haze. She should be a rising star in Norman Mining Corps' research division, heading the Norman Tantalum Battery Laboratory, calculating data and exploring material properties. How did she end up in this situation? Backstory, I guess. Professor, the data you gave me is all verified now. How did you obtain these parameters? Haha, that's my little secret. I'm not gonna give it away. Was this from an experiment conducted long ago without experimental foundations? It should be nearly impossible to obtain these parameters. Since you're so eager to know, here, take a look at these research notes. These notes contain years of dedication and effort. Truth be told, this is probably my proudest research achievement yet. The research notes are filled with meticulous data entries ranging from studies on tantalum's properties to hypotheses about material enhancement, and finally to the various reactions these materials triggers in test subjects. Herself in this paradise, treasuring every moment as if she's discovered an invaluable treasure. However, only half the research notes are present. Crucial test subjects, reactions, and subsequent research directions come to an abrupt end at the notebook's conclusion. After starting a new project based on the notes, Andrea rushes to find her professor, barely containing her excitement. Professor, I've conducted multiple experiments based on the notes, but I can't replicate any of the values. Why is that? Well, that's because we are using different test subjects, of course. Different test subjects? The copolymer is meant to be used on humans at the end of the day, not lab rats. How could you possibly get the correct parameters by only experimenting on rats? Andrea can't be sure if that really makes sense, sir. As she stares at her professor in confusion, the man before her suddenly seems like a stranger. Tell me, Andrea, do you truly want to continue walking down this path of research with me? My professor, usually genial, now takes on an uncharacteristically serious tone. Yes, of course I do. A researcher wouldn't want to achieve something in their scientific career. Everyone dreams of becoming the next Asimov. If our research on copolymer succeeds, she envisions herself on the highest podium, her name etched at the pinnacle of history. A cryptic smile plays across the professor's lips. As my most brilliant student, you'll certainly have access to the finest resources at my disposal. He introduces Anje to the Corona Corporation. Before Anje can even process the fact that the head of Norman Mining Corps' research lab has connections to Corona, she finds herself captivated by Corona's tantalizing promises, generous compensation, expanded laboratory privileges, and they offer to provide materials and test subjects free of charge for Angia's research, with one condition: all research findings must be shared with Corona. As a senior researcher, Angia stands at a clearance level that's more than sufficient for her to carry out this undertaking. The good times prove short-lived. After Babylonia passes a proposal to shut down illegal laboratories and research projects, Corona's operations become more discreet, cutting off Angia's access to additional resources. But soon a new opportunity presents itself. Babylonia decides to develop the Constant Mine in collaboration with Norman Mining Corps. Constant Mine? The heavily invested tantalum mine? Indeed. You wanted the other half of the research data, didn't you? When the accident struck the Constant Mine, I barely managed to escape with just this research notebook. Everything else remains stored in the laboratory deep within the mine. I've already requested assistance from Corona. Norman Mining Corps will dispatch several researchers to help them reopen the mine, and I've submitted your name as one of the candidates. But Professor, I'm just a researcher. The mine itself, it's been infected by the punishing, no? The mine is well known to every tantalum research laboratory. It was once Norman Mining Corps' crowning achievement, pinnacle that every tantalum research facility aspired to reach. But it's long been occupied by the corrupted, no? Colonel will dispatch armed combat units to assist you. Isn't there anyone else who could do this? I mean, I don't consider myself knowledgeable about that mine. I'll transfer clearance for the mine to you. My laboratory is down there, and my access level surpasses what you'd get as a Norman researcher. Seeing Andrea's hesitation, the professor shakes his head, his voice taking on a hint of pity. I'm not asking, and you don't have the right to refuse, Andrea. Knowing exactly what her professor is saying, Andrea now seems somewhat disturbed. Noticing this, the professor softens and changes the subject. You need to understand that what we're talking about here, Andrea. We're talking about extremely valuable data about tantalum copolymers, about humanity's future. Once we obtain this data, it will be our pride and Corona's newest bargaining chip. With this newest copolymer research, I won't be stuck in a backwater place like Norman Mining Corps. Cough, cough, cough. Professor, are you feeling okay? I'm getting old. He composes himself and sinks back into his chair. Therefore, Angier, all our hope now rests with you. Bring back the other half of my life's work. Bring back what we seek. It'll take us to new heights. Of course, Professor, but I have a few conditions I'd like Corona to meet. Go ahead, as long as your requests are reasonable, we'll do our best to accommodate them within our means. Add my assistant's name to the list. He's helped me with numerous experiments, and I need his help to organize the data. Also, as evening approaches, the artificial sky dome dims to a dusky hue. Stop dawdling and get moving. The lab the geezer mentioned should be right up ahead. The crude voice snaps Angier back to reality, where clouds of dust fill her lungs and send her into a coughing fit. Hey, are you seriously still dragging that corpse around? Soldier's heart's words jolt Angier into a horrifying realization. Her grievously wounded assistant, whom she'd been carrying all this time, has long since drawn his last breath. Taking a deep breath, Angier gently lowers her assistant's body to the ground beside the mining tunnel. Sorry, but could you help me bury him? He was an excellent researcher. Cut the chatter. Look, it's not that we don't want to help, but the ground here is solid rock. We can't even do it damage with bullets. Just leave him there. Got it. The Chrono Soldier tosses her assistant's body into the abyss below the mining tunnel unceremoniously. Angier opens her mouth to speak, but the words never come out. Professor has drawn Angier a detailed map of the laboratory that specifically marks the secret passages that they had reinforced. Following the map, they quickly locate the laboratory entrance, but the dust-covered control panel remains lifeless, as if the secret laboratory never existed at all. Damn it. Where are your researcher's access card? I've reactivated the card with my palm, and I'm the only one able to make them work. Damn it, what are you waiting for then? As they near the laboratory, the Chrono Soldiers grow increasingly brazen. He openly prods Angier with his weapon, demanding she hurry up and unlock the control panel. My professor said that all laboratories here are encrypted. Only humans with active vital signs can open them. As she swiftly passes her hand over the control panel, gradually becomes aglow. The same panel that had remained stubbornly unresponsive to all the Chrono Soldiers' attempts. What a pain in the butt. If you ask me, not a single one of these researchers is worth a damn. The Chrono Soldier spits venomously on the ground, shoves Angier inside, and storms into the lab first. The old trail hasn't stopped, and there's fresh blood here. Someone's been injured. She crouches down to examine the blood stains on the ground more carefully. Still fresh. Even a lingering trace of gunpowder in the air. Conflict must have happened very recently. I'm trying to move this human somewhere. Ugh, I'm really going to press forward. Yes. Whatever else Angier was, she came into the mines as a Norman Mining Corps employee. Poor Force will have a hard time justifying ourselves with Norman Mining Corps in Babylonia if we don't keep looking for her. This is way out of my jurisdiction. Wait, I'm hearing something. Coming from over there. The chauffeur has a brows a gaze fixed on a mine tunnel in the distance. So am I. Metal scraping against metal. Many metal doors throughout the mine tunnel must be the sound of one of them opening. The lab in the mines, huh? Everyone turns toward the sound in unison. That position is close to the top of the inverted tower. Okay, confusion. Okay, rescue Angier and do something else. While the content in the mine facility might seem mundane enough on the ground, its underground structures resemble those of a magnificent inverted tower when viewed in isolation. Mining tunnels sprawled in all directions, nearly hollowing out the entire foundation beneath the wilderness, with all the small labs dotting the branches of these tunnels. With easy access to raw materials, these researchers hardly ever leave their posts, completely absorbed in their work. Everyone understands that the deeper a laboratory is located, the more advanced and cutting-edge its research becomes, a fact never explicitly stipulated to them. As they negotiate the winding path, the intermingled traces of vital fluid and blood grow more frequent. Scylla was chasing after them. He should have gone back for reinforcements. He won't last long, not when he's lost such a big amount of vital fluid. On the ground, the trail of vital fluid abruptly ends, but the blood continues to streak forward. Clear drag marks extend toward a side tunnel where a shadowy figure lies motionless on the ground. Scylla! Wait, it could be a trap. You gesture toward Lucia, who having acknowledged your gesture with a nod, produces a flare and tosses it out so ever carefully. The cold light reveals the construct's body, now completely devoid of vital signs. Pain pierces through her mind, but Bridget fights to stay calm, clenching her fist as she steps forward to examine Scylla's body. Gunshot wound near the core. That's what caused his vital fluid to leak out. Those people hiding in the mines. They've gotta be the ones behind this. There might have been more than one group involved. With its surface dusted, the rock now reveals a deeply embedded footprints, far too deep to be left by any normal human. I'm sure you put up a good fight, Scylla. Bridget gently closes Scylla's open eyes. I'll take it from here for you. Bridget marks Scylla's location in the mine tunnel, her eyes now dark with resolve. Let's keep moving. There's still blood on the ground. We might catch up to them before they can do anything else. Is it possible that this teammate of yours, well, maybe he accepted something from Angier and her people, but then things went south during negotiations and they ended up in the fight? Impossible. What makes you say so, though? Bridget shoots Trojan a quick glance. There was this incident that I've experienced, and I don't know if I'd call it a betrayal. After my promotion to my current position as support force captain, I conducted thorough background checks on all squad members. I've also carefully scrutinized the records of every new recruit joining our ranks. Feeling called out, Trojan rubs her nose awkwardly. Besides, without the party assistance, it would have been impossible for Angier and her deputy to hurt Scylla. I want to believe that Angier too was likely coerced into leaving by a third party. The trail leads to here. Appears to be the drainage system in the mine, wet and muddy from constant use. They really build their laboratory in a place like this? You never know what they're capable of. This place, it's nothing. They'd burrow into bedrock if they could. Some things are meant to stay in the dark after all. You seem quite familiar with all this. Am I? I wouldn't know. Perhaps it's because we're both inferior beings, that's why we think alike. Does Trojan really have no recollections whatsoever? Bridget watches cautiously as Trojan walks ahead. Why does she seem so familiar with this place? And what exactly is she trying to do here? Don't worry, Lucia and I will help. Ever since entering the mine, Bridget has been on edge, meticulously planning every move, yet despite such careful precautions, she has been losing one comrade after another all the same. Bridget's self-reproach threatens to overflow the dilapidated sewers. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about what we should do next. Charles should have the transceiver fixed soon. At least we'll be able to maintain comms among ourselves and then... Easy. Phew. Bridget lets out a long sigh. She's well aware of how unusual she herself has been acting lately. Worry and doubt consume her as those nightmares, which until now she's been suppressing the surface. All these negative emotions came bursting out at the sight of Scylla's corpse. A dark volcano has broken loose within her mind. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll get a grip on myself soon enough. Let's keep moving. That's the mine, entrance of the abandoned sewers.
まさか下水道の先がこんな場所とつながっているなんて。ここに積み上げられているのは廃棄された構造体ね。どうしてこんなに。まさか全部実験の失敗によるものなの。
No signs of punishing. Okay, corpse on the left. No obvious marks, no scratches, blood and bowel fluid on the ground. So what happened here? Right? Map. White clothes, adults. Adults don't sleep, always guarded. Number 3, junkyard outside, pretend to be dead. Many guards. Fight back with everyone. Someone told them. Server, can't activate. Elevator. Control room. Rooms, card. No access elevators. And then lava. Card to open door and lava.
これは子供の落書き。この地図合ってるかも。でもどうしてここに子供の落書きが？
Okay, let's leave.
このゲートは手術実験室に通じているようです。入りますか？
Power. Gate. Doesn't seem complete contract. Interrupted for some reason.
一体何が？どうせ暗くて汚い裏の事情よ。知りたくもない。時間がないわ。急いでアンジェに会いに行きましょう。
Okay, access card in the corner, no one knows why it's there. Okay, unpleasant smell of dust and blood, vital fluid. Making it for researchers were escaping from man, like the report says, but were they
周囲
trying
の
to
状
cover
態
up?
と比べるとこの手術台は妙に綺麗ですね。逃げる最中衛生面を気にするとは思えませんし。
So I could turn that off now. Okay, open the door. Use ID card. And path.
アンジェはここから入ったのでは。
外は危ないってあれほど言い聞かせてたのに。
この行動はパニッシングが漏洩しないよう永久的に封鎖されていたはずですよね。ですが侵食体による破壊の痕跡は見当たりませんで。
ロックされ、そうね。むしろ道中で見かけた全てのものが誰かによる意図的な封鎖よ。当時表向きに話されていたことのほとんどが嘘だと考えた方が良さそうね。
And nothing there. Okay. Tornado pipes. This is.
これほどの侵食体が集まっているということは
先ほど誰かがここを通ったということですか？大丈夫、かすり傷よ。その程度なの？一歩たりとも超えさせない。ここは私が食い止める。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。前方注意、会議して。これは最終警告。これで全部ね。侵食体が集まっていたところに行ってみましょう。
See what's over this way. Okay, central control room.
足跡が向かっている先は制御室のような場所でしょうか。
Okay. Device has been activated.
システムはまだ動くわね。このファイル。
Log. I'm in text. And mine went missing, said almost died. Collapse session, I don't believe we want to go find him. Had to get materials out there, now we're running out of them. So we started cut mining, found it down here to make it up. But hey, who cares about them? Due to NDA, we are not allowed to know done detailed lab progress with dental copolymer, but we will plan our good eating in chronological order. Okay, putting form compound emitter. Sorry to carry out experiments on materials. Unfortunately, some of them that's to adjust the copolymer. Our researchers decided to test and find out the best copolymer
行動
portion.
ではなく、ここは明らかに構造体の改造センターです。何もかも全てが実験の隠蔽工作だったんですね。
Yep.
システムはまだ動くわね。
B2 door.
このファイルは回路を再び接続したわ。進みましょう。
Maybe if I could go back down here, see if this has changed. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. B2. Thought I did open that. Oh well. Okay, next door. GG. Okay.
助けて。セキュリティシステムを全てオフにして。
操作を。大丈夫、かすり傷。気をつけてください。この蜂たち巣から出続けてきます。先にあの巣を破壊しないと。一歩たりとも越えさせない。
I don't often think about one of those medikit bots though.
大丈夫、かすり傷。
I think last time was Anami's chapter actually.
前方注意、回避して。まだ耐えられる。一歩たりとも越えさ。その程度なの。大丈夫、かすり傷。
Yep. Drop down that.
あちらの操作は完了したようですね。ではこちらも。残りの一つは2つの端末での同時操作が必要です。ブリギッ
Answer to the one. On the way back to the temporary camp, Anja maintains her silence. Only when passing the cliff marked with broken trails of blood does she come to a halt. They threw my deputy off this cliff here. If you find his body while clearing the mine tunnel, please give him proper burial for me. She holds no particular attachment to her deputy. Like all her previous deputies, this one was merely a more efficient human tool to her. But they didn't deserve to die like this. We'll give proper burial to everybody we find in the mine tunnels. Despite her bold gaze and clear distaste for the woman, Bridget doesn't refuse Anje's request. Thank you. I know you're all good people. Playing saint now, are we? We really don't mind if you just tell us what you want, you know. Anje falls silent once more. After entering the corridor lined with laboratories, she finds herself unable to identify which one belonged to the professor. With the Corona soldiers' hostility growing more palpable behind her, Anje carefully tests each door ahead. 1, 2, 3. Knowing she has no chance of outpacing the Corona soldiers' weapons, she's too scared to make any sudden moves. None of these. An access card isn't working. Her face remains expressionless as she informs Corona soldiers of the bad news, her fingers tightening around the access card in her hand. All researchers from Norman Mining Corps are able to access a few public laboratories with the access cards they have. Anje has this other access card that she has gotten from her professor. And through subtle probing along the way, Anje is now sure that these two Corona soldiers are unaware of that particular card. Darn it, I guess we have to keep moving. The damp environment poses a threat to these incomplete constructs, machines built solely for combat. How did we end up getting stuck with this damn mission? Now, don't try anything funny. He prods Anje with his weapon as a warning. I'm sure you know that researchers from Norman Mining Corps don't have enough clearance to access everywhere. I might be the person in charge, but this is the only access card I've been given. Go further back, just a little more. You only access the public labs and we'll use them to hack into the private labs terminal. I'll get what I need and you'll be able to go home. Here, wait, not yet, go a little further. The soldiers accept her explanation quietly, slowing their pace and letting her work alone at the front with the access card to open the door. The stiffness in their joints is real. Without waterproof equipment, both construct soldiers are having a rough time. Who the hell would know to bring waterproof gear? How the hell were we supposed to know the mine would be this damn humid? Bingo. Anja stands perfectly still, maintaining her pose as if merely testing the access card and pressing it against the wall. The moment she presses it, alarms blare throughout the area, and the infrared targeting dots appear on the two Corona constructs standing in the corridor. Shit! Ignoring their stiff joints, the Corona soldiers instantly raise their weapons at Angier. But it's too late. The cold, bulletproof metal door slams shut before them with a heavy thud. Farewell. She listens coldly to the sharp clangs of thermal weapons striking against the metal behind the door, until she hears two thuds that signal the bodies hitting the ground in quick succession. She doesn't look back. For the rest of the journey, the only heavy footsteps echo through the mining tunnel. Chrono soldiers, secret laboratory, the mining tunnel they just passed. Bridget isn't the only one who's unsettled. Since entering the Constantine mine, Trojan has grown distant and distracted as well. For reasons unknown, everything here feels strangely familiar to her. This isn't mere deja vu. She's certain that she's experienced all of these before. Sure, we picked you up from the Constantine mine, but I can't find any records of your background before that. I couldn't find any detailed reasons why Norman Mining Corp recruited you in the first place. There's just one report mentioning that you used to work at Norman Mining Corp's Constantine mine. And what's more, Leonardo puts away the old paper report, now wearing his usual impish grin. I think you're just fine the way you are now, Auntie. Hey now. So do you really have to get involved with this new mission to excavate the Constantine mine? Yeah. Gazing out the window, Trojan falls into an unusual daze. I can't shake this feeling that I've got to go to that place. Someone has to go anyway, so it might as well be me. Hey boss, shouldn't you be happy when an employee volunteers for work? Happy about what? About having to pay extra field work allowance. Just send the mission details to me. I'll handle everything else myself. Bye. While she might not be a time traveler, her remarkably simple background points to only one thing. She does have a history with the Constantine mine. Okay. Next scene. Double mystery. The deeper they bury it, the more convinced they are hiding something unscrupulous. A poignant air now pervades the temporary camp. Scylla's remains have been retrieved and properly laid to rest, but the knowledge of lurking enemies keeps everyone on edge. Angier, are you just going to stay quiet? The bespectacled researcher maintains her silence. For the mission, as a precaution, I reviewed your background records. Born right before Babylonia's ascension, outstanding academic performance of Babylonia. Joined Norman Mining Corps' Advanced Analytical Research Lab after graduation, quickly promoted to head researcher. You have no reason to conspire with voices outside of Babylonia unless Norman Mining Corps ordered you to do so. You can trust us. Researchers from Norman Mining Corps have been isolated on the other side, and everyone's presence is from Babylonia. We mean you no harm. Angier's gaze softens a bit, but she still shows no intention of speaking. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. With a motionless sigh, Bridget rises to her feet. Trojan, it's all up to you now. I told you before, when dealing with threats, you gotta think like one. Your rehab approach won't cut it. Trojan lifts the curtain and saunters in with a lazy stride. Alright, leave the rest to me. Here's your last chance. You see, I'm not exactly known for playing nice. Seeing Angier's persistent refusal to speak, Bridget shakes her head and exits the makeshift tent. So, any progress? Still refusing to talk. Interrogation isn't part of Sport Force's training. I've talked myself once, but she won't say a word. I can really use a beer-flavored electrolyte right now. Bridget casually settles on a nearby rock and takes a long, leisurely stretch. So Trojan, I asked for assistance since they're both from Norman Mining. Seems reasonable to have her conduct questioning. But to be honest, I'm not sure if having Trojan question Angier was the right decision. Brown-haired construct falls into a deep thought. After everything that's happened, I maintain my suspicions about her, but seeing her current state, I'm not sure if my distrust is just causing her more harm. I truly saw her as both my closest friend and mentor, but how did she really see me back then? Whose side was she really on back then and now? Is she truly just another Norman employee? I don't know. Sorry to see you so lost in thought. I suppose the Constantine mine has always been an emotional burden to me. Bridget speaks with unflinching honesty. I grew up in Constantine, lost my parents at this mine, and when I try to find traces of them, I lost even more. The deeper they bury it, the more I'm convinced they're hiding something unscrupulous. Looking back how it is, the failed contracts piled up in that laboratory just now, a terrifying blood-stained record, and even that crude map that had clearly been drawn by a child. They all bear witness to the dark sins committed here. You made the right decision. Hey, thanks. The brown-haired construct gives a thumbs up. That's quite the rare honor, getting recognition from the grave and commandant. As they speak, the curtain behind them parts, and Trojan, in the same state as she was in before, peeks her head through. Come on in, let's see what you want to know. Without a doubt, Trojan's unconventional methods have clearly put pressure on Angier. She's gone from looking determined to somewhat desperate and despaired. Bruno was the one who asked me to carry out this mission for them. Them again. After facing multiple suppressions, Bruno has remained dormant for a long time, staying out of sight until now. It's Corona. They want me to use my credentials as a researcher from Norman Mining Corps to retrieve research data about the tantalum copolymers from the mine's laboratory. Tantalum copolymers. According to our projections, if the tantalum copolymer successfully developed its range of compatibility will exceed that of tantalum 193. This means more humans who are incompatible with tantalum 193 could be converted into constructs. Alright. I don't really understand all that, but go on. That's it. I'm not sure if the experiment was successful. This is just a theoretical possibility, and I haven't had time to review the data I just copied. Give me a reason to trust you. After a moment's pause, a bitter smile crosses Angier's face. Bruno never wanted me and the data to leave together. They only wanted the data. Bruno Soldier's mission was to eliminate everyone else who knew about this when they have the data. The laboratory and the mine was jointly funded and built by Corona and Norman Mining Corps. Bruno was also the one who left the test subjects for out there. The department has passed a proposal to eliminate all illegal laboratories and research projects. If the experiments here were to be exposed, it would be another devastating blow to Corona's influence. So they let my assistant bleed to death. She keeps what happened afterward to herself. I used my researcher clearance to get rid of them, but I couldn't escape from the corrupted in the mining tunnels and ended up trapped in the incubation chamber. In any case, I have you to thank for saving my life. You're welcome. So those researchers we saw when we entered the mine, did Corona do them in too? I'm not sure. After a moment of contemplation, Angier offers her response. Corona only sent 2 soldiers to assist me with my mission. Based on when they contacted me, they must have entered the mine after we did. The mine explosion and the lost contact are the Corona soldiers doing with those researchers' bodies. They shouldn't have had time for that kind of handiwork. The image of that inhuman footprint from the mine suddenly flashes through your mind. Bridget looks over, apparently having the same thoughts as you. Corona's forces aren't the only enemies in the mine. I see. As Bridget steps out of the tent with the files Angier transmitted, she suddenly stops in her tracks. There's something else. Well, the first page of the document lists the names of test subjects from the initial experimental group. Each entry comes with an identification photo to help the lead researchers track their subjects. The research project is Human Tolerance Tantalum Copolymers, and the lead researcher was Hyde. Something begins to dawn on her. She quickly scrolls through the list. She finds her eyes fall upon a highlighted name, a blue-haired construct. Trojan? That's impossible. Her hands tremble as she frantically scans through the brief document. Likely due to time constraints, the files Angier managed to copy are incomplete, containing only rough snippets of information. Subject Trojan, sex female, source purchased from traffickers, lead researcher Hyde. Time log from compatibility test on tantalum copolymers trial 1. Time log for compatibility test on tantalum copolymers trial 2. Time log for compatibility test on tantalum copolymers, Trial X. Compatibility results favorable. Proceeding with construct modification procedures. Shit. For the first time, Bridget, usually well-mannered, lets slip a curse. The experimental data named photos before her. She can't deceive herself into thinking this is impossible, that there must be some mistake. She has no choice to accept but to accept the truth. She who always tried to avoid making choices, who always wanted to save everyone, failed to save someone she once called a friend. She never even noticed her signs of suffering. But what's wrong? Back then the researcher she tried to kill in the mine. Hide, it is. Did I screw up? She stares at the documents before her, frozen in shock. Any lost connections? Something will always haunt you, whether awake or asleep, in daily life or battle. Temporary camp. When the mission assignment meeting comes to an end, a figure shows up and stands in your way. Kane, do you have a moment to talk? As those words hang in the air, Lucia comes to a halt next to you. After a brief nod to Lucia, you move with Trojan to a quiet corner of the camp. Is there anything unclear about the mission I just assigned? Oh, there's something about what comes next. Trojan's hand traces circles in the air as she speaks, and freezes mid-motion before dropping. Gradually, her tense posture loosens. What do you mean? Never mind. You're not really who I think you are. I thought you'd be more empathetic and encourage people to open up about their troubles. Never thought I'd come across that way to anyone. I see myself as a perfectly ordinary commandant, nothing more. Fine, I'll cut to the chase. What intel did Bridget, or should I say, all you get from Angie? She's been avoiding me all day. I tried talking to Angie, but she seemed generally clueless. The answer has to lie in those documents she brought back. Contemplate. Getting no answers, Trojan switched to a more tactical approach. To be honest, I find it hard to imagine. Scoff. But just as she begins, something seems to cross her mind. She lets out a tired laugh, palms turned upward. That sunflower-like fellow actually taking the initiative to use her head for once. What exactly is in those files? Life sometimes ventures into the night. Trojan catches the hidden meaning in the response. After a long silence, she softly lets out a single sentence. I always thought the sun never set in Bridget's world. That's an interesting way to put it. What made you think that? If my memory serves me correctly, the first thing you said when you met her was, hello Bridget, I'm Trojan. Trojan quickly recites her own words from before the operation, not waiting for you to speak. Yes, I remember, I know what you're talking about. I'm not familiar with her, at least not as far as my current memories go, but this feeling can't be wrong. About mine or Bridget? Oh, about the mine or Bridget? Question seems to tear through an invisible veil. Despite her extensive interrogation experience, Trojan realizes she's being led along by a simple verbal maneuver. Conversation has long since shifted from what she wants to know to what you want to know. But it doesn't matter anymore, since what you want to know happens to be what she wants to know too. This thought, Trojan opens up a little. Same difference, both Bridget and mine give me the same uneasy feeling. Every piece of information reminds me that I've passed up across before, but no matter how many times I search through my memories, I can't find the answer. Well, I guess I'm fine with not remembering things since I'm already struggling trying to get by each day, but... Trojan turns to the side, looking at Bridget, who's busy working nearby. Bridget seems to notice Trojan's gaze, her body tensing for a moment. Instead of turning around, she awkwardly walks further away. Would you want to be a hidden bomb? That kind that could go boom at any moment. To be honest, I don't care about who I used to be, but... Trojan raises her hand toward Lucia, then pulls it back. It's obvious what she's getting at. Right, when a bomb goes off, it's one thing if it just destroys itself, but it wouldn't be right for people around it to get hurt because of the explosion. I can't speak for others, but I'm sure you know exactly what I mean, since you've been through so much yourself as a great commandant, no? All I want is a safety pin, that's all. Okay, I'll be honest. Just as you're about to speak your mind, the figure who has suddenly approached you interrupts the moment. Kane and Trojan. Kane, I'm here to speak with you since Cheryl has made some progress. It requires your immediate attention though, and I was wondering if you want to head over now. Bridget and Trojan face each other, their voices gradually trailing off until only a wordless gaze remains between them. Trojan is the first to break the silence, raising both hands in mock surrender. Alright, I'm not gonna probe any further. Let's just drop it here. This is starting to feel like some cheesy drama scene. It's getting a bit too awkward. Let's go and check on Cheryl. Wasn't there something urgent we needed to handle? As Trojan essentially walked past Bridget towards the camp, Bridget suddenly grabs hold of her. Trojan? You didn't do anything wrong. Huh? What do you mean? What I mean is you never done anything heinous, at least according to the records. I can't absolutely be certain whether you're taking time on or not, but at least for now, you're not keeping gunpowder under your hat. Got it. Trojan silently puts her hand away. Well, never mind, let's see about that. Doesn't matter if I don't get it, thanks. With those words, Trojan walks straight away. Let's focus on the task at hand. We can talk when we're done. Yeah. Library camp, Cheryl sent. Cheryl and several Norman researchers are gathered around a piece of equipment working intently. The progress you're talking about is... Cheryl and her team found a radio in the mine. With the help of these researchers, we modified both the transmitter and receiver. After multiple rounds of calibration, we can now pick up Babylonia's comms frequencies. As the team works diligently around the silent radio, your mind begins to drift elsewhere. Is something wrong? The equipment's working fine, and we've already made contact with Babylonia. We're adjusting our settings to match their parameters for a more stable connection. It's the equipment I was just thinking. Modified radio equipment, transmitter, and receiver all consume substantial power. What are you going to power them on? Cheryl has been hunched over the radio equipment, rises to her feet with a heavy sigh. Some circuits in the mine are still operational, so we connect them to working power sources. Is there a problem with that? Instead of answering Cheryl's question, you exchange glances with Bridget. Her expression shifts from that of a momentary surprise to deep concern. There shouldn't be any power source here, even if there was some residual power left. I don't think it's nearly enough to run all this equipment, certainly not with the current level of stability. Which means there's something in the mine. Piercing electronic screech interrupts the conversation as a distorted image gradually materializes. Sensing what's happening, Cheryl and Norman's researchers set down the tools and quietly leave the quarters. Seem to be holding up well. This is better than I anticipated. Babylonia took immediate action after losing contact with their team. The engineering force has already arrived and set up camp around the mine's perimeter. We've completed our survey of mines out later, but the situation isn't looking good. Even the blueprints provided by Norman Mining Corps, well, all regular channels have collapsed, haven't they? Carolina is working on alternative solutions. If the existing path proves impassable, we'll dig a new tunnel from the side. But that would take too long. Are there any hostile enemy entities threatening your safety in the mine? There are entities threatening our data security. Furthermore, if things keep going the way they have, I cannot guarantee anyone's safety. I see. Give me a second. Right, another voice forces its way onto the comm channel. Timing is exactly what Kane lacks right now, and why are we not taking my proposal into consideration here, sir? Who? Bzz. The already unstable image warps and distorts as another figure slowly materializes. I am the one who can help you out of this mess. A pleasure to meet you, Grave Commandant. Since neither the engineering force nor Kane seem capable of resolving the current situation, why not hear out my proposal? The voice pauses for a moment. Their gaze seems to pierce through the distorted video feed, reaching all the way to the mine shaft behind. Despite the poor visibility, there's no mistaking the searching and eager intensity of their gaze. The mine shaft blueprints in Norman Mining Corps' possession are actually incomplete. After all, Corona is the one who truly lives and operates. Wow, just coming out with it. Corona is the one who truly lives and operates in these underground facilities. We possess more detailed and comprehensive information. Perhaps some of it could help the support force and you, Reverend Commandant, find your way to safety. At what cost, though? Well, easy there. You're a distinguished figure in Babylonia, Commandant, and we go way back, right? Of course, this information represents Corona's investments on both effort and capital. As much as I'd love to share it with you at no cost, our regulations simply won't permit such generosity. And your point being, Very well, very well. I suppose life underground has made you rather tense. I was merely trying to lighten the mood with some pleasantries. Rest assured, we don't need much. Just a small piece of information will suffice. Okay, yep. Still trying to get that data. If I take one step back, you'll make me compromise again. Alternate solution. Girls' tent. Thud. Bridget suddenly slams her fist on the table, causing the already unstable video feed to flicker and blur for a moment. Never. Hey, calm down. It's just a simple exchange of resources and information. There's no need to get so worked up about it. As a support force captain, shouldn't you prioritize your people's safety above all else? Rather than obsessing over research data that came from Corona or that small amount of tangible resources, wouldn't a potential safe passage be far more valuable to you all right now? I don't have the authority over this, Absalom, but just as you've already pointed out, I don't mind letting it go if it means we can all go home safely. If Chrono can't convince Babylonia and Norman Mining Corps to shell out, then so be it. But we've got no reason to share the research data with you. Chrono themselves should know fully well how many secrets are buried in there. What you just said concerns me more than the research data does. What exactly is Corona up to? Ah, my apologies, being vague during negotiations is indeed a bad habit. Which statement are you referring to? While there might be a secure escape route, there's a high probability that a few individuals may perish due to unexpected incidents during the evacuation. Let's not dwell on it too much and withdraw as soon as possible. Bridget recites these words with a nice cold tone. What are you getting at? What exactly are you trying to say? The figure in the projection forces out an awkward laugh, clearly caught off guard by someone with the guts to openly question these deliberately ambiguous statements that are usually left unaddressed. After this exchange, the Councillor's tone loses all pretense of friendliness and turns hostile. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you think these mines are? Some kind of pleasure resort? Anything can happen when you're in a place as dangerous and complicated as that. Especially that those researchers who spend all their time in labs and rarely exercise. Pretty sure they'd be the first one to lose their lives in such accidents due to slow reflexes, no? Bridget's face contorts with fury at these words. Why don't you just name Angia and whoever else you want? When we retreat, I can help make sure they all stay behind in mine. How does that sound? Oh my, what a cruel thing to say, Bridget. You're the support force captain. How could you even suggest doing something so outrageous? Angia is a valuable talent of Norman Mining Corps and a precious asset to Babylonia. I'm sure Corona wouldn't just stand by idly if something were to happen to someone so important, would they? Of course, we have to save everyone we can, but there are times when we're powerless, when certain accidents happen. There's nothing we can do about it, right? Bastard. A bitter laugh escapes Bridget's lips as she barely contains a cold sneer between clenched teeth. Okay. Comfort Bridget. Pat Bridget's shoulder and signal her to step back. Say, we were hoping you'd be able to share some actual solutions with us, sir. Since we have the Grey Raven Command in here with us, perhaps we could arrange for a smaller accident. What do you say? Out of the question. I have and never will make such compromises. If I take one step back, you'll make me compromise again. I don't care how you slice the cake, but everyone who remains has to stay alive. Ah, if you two think you get something for nothing, then we have nothing left to discuss. That being said, Babylonia isn't the only party behind this operation, is it? Shouldn't you consider Norman Mining Corps' opinion before making such decisions? Whatever Reverend Commandant decides to do, that would be our decision too. After a burst of static, another person joins the comms channel. I like what Kane said. I don't care how you slice the cake, those who remain here have to stay alive. Norman Mining Corps has always been a family that prioritizes employee welfare over corporate profits. We can overlook minor gains, but the safety of our employees has to be guaranteed. Counselor in the video feed now lets out a bitter laugh, obviously infuriated. Victoria, I feel like I can see it. I feel like I can see exactly what's going through your mind, even through the screen. Employee welfare over corporate profits? Oh boy. This is not the stance you took during our previous discussion. Previous discussion? I thought someone was just saying how we should make ourselves clear during negotiations now. Norman Mining Corps is a vast enterprise with countless verbal agreements and written contracts. I can't possibly keep track of every single detail. Regarding the mining operation, Norman Mining Corps did indeed have prior contact with Corona. However, since this concerns an industry we previously collaborated with, preliminary preparations were simply standard procedure. After a moment of silence, the councillor quickly regains composure and speaks with measured emphasis. So, negotiations are off the table then. Don't forget, you're undeniably involved in the death of Mr. Skike, who was not only Norman Mining Corps' butler, but also family to all of our brothers and sisters. As those words hang in the air, the councillor in the projection strains his posture. The councillor knows full well that the mere utterance of these words leaves no room for further negotiation, no matter how much Victoria values Skike, the butler. Very well, if that's how it is, then this is where the deal comes to an end. I deeply regret this outcome, you see. Without Corona's support, the mine will only become more dangerous, not less. It'd be a shame if an accident were to occur and the death toll exceeded our expectations. Wouldn't you agree, Commandant? Without waiting for a response, the councillor promptly terminates the communication, their holographic image vanishing instantly. With this, Bridget slams her fist on the table once again. Wells, who has remained silent this whole time, seizes the moment to speak, dispersing the thick tension in the air. You made the right choice, Bridget. There's no need to be frustrated just because you hold yourself to higher moral standards. Let's try to be more practical here, Victoria. Do you have any additional intelligence from Norman Mining Corps? As much as I hate to admit it, in this particular matter, Norman Mining Corps simply cannot offer better terms than Corona. The most I can do is provide auxiliary support. Norman Mining Corps has already dispatched an integrated team of geological surveyors and engineering experts under our coordination. Let's proceed with Carnina's original plan then. Can you hold out, Kane? I'll do what I can. Contact me immediately if anything changes. Wells nods and disconnects from the call. On the other hand, Victoria gives a courteous bow before her hologram fades away. Kane, I'm sorry. Was I being a little too reckless? I apologize for doing what any friend would do. With a smile, you pat Bridget's shoulder and speak softly as she gradually regains her composure. Come on, we've got plenty more to do. You brief everyone on the intel while I go look for Angia. Got it, but should we tell them everything? Use your judgment. You're the rescue expert here. You don't need my opinion on this. Alright then. The mood at the temporary camp shifts with the arrival of new intelligence, but there are no severe repercussions thanks to Bridget and the support force's swift response. When you meet up with Bridget again, she has already finished pacifying everyone. The camp is back in operation, with everyone's tasks reassigned to better coordinate with the engineering force operating in the field. While the situation has inevitably dealt them something of an emotional blow, everything remains under control. Kane, how's everything looking there? I just finished briefing her. She may need some time to process everything. Anja sits before you, clutching her arm with one hand, her face drained of color. They really say that. They really want me dead ASAP, don't they? It may not be that obvious, but given what's happened before, you should be well aware of your situation. Well then, I'll hand over everything. Just please spare my life. Anja bites her lower lip and trembles as she shrinks back toward her luggage. This is a Norman access card modified by Corona. With this, you can find what you're looking for on your own. Instead of taking the card, Bridget fixes a gaze on Anja with intent. I'll protect you regardless, Anja. Kane and I didn't bring you here so we can scare you soulless. We're not Corona and you don't have to be either. We're all survivors now, we should be in this together. Take it easy, alright? Anja's lips quiver. She struggles to speak. After a long moment, she lowers her head slightly and reaches into her backpack. Retrieving some patches, she hands the patches over to Bridget along with her own hand. What are you doing? These are prints of my fingerprints and palm patterns, along with my expertise. I'll cooperate with your operations. If all they needed was an access card in my palm print, they would have just cut off my hand and done everything themselves by now. Thank you for trusting me. I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe, Anja. Anja doesn't answer but gives an emphatic nod instead. Alright then. Just as Bridget is about to stand up, a figure darts into the room. Commandant, we've got a situation with Cheryl. What's wrong? She has been working on something following that lead ever since you mentioned the power issue. Just now they detected a momentary blip of vital signs on the radar. The signal's amplitude differs from those of both human and construct. She suspects it might be an equipment malfunction and is attempting a second scan, but I don't think that's necessary. Commandant, your judgment is correct. There are people in the mine besides Corona and Sport Force. We should move on now. Bridget? Roger that. I'll make the arrangements right away. Hidden secrets. More secrets emerge as the passages and labs are exposed. Well, some problems have been taken care of. I can't seem to shake the feeling that there's more down the road. Looks like we won't be leaving these mines anytime soon. It's okay. You're right, as the commandant of an elite squad, this kind of small incident must just be another day at the office for you. The mine tunnel lies shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glow of their handheld lamps piercing through the gloom. While Lucia investigates the mysterious signal that suddenly appeared, Bridget and you are tasked with finding a path to rendezvous with the survey team and engineering force. The underground complex is a maze of interconnected passages. Having bypassed security measures using Anja's authentication chips, you're now starting to see the true colors of the tower buried deep beneath. With each authentication granted, more hidden passages and laboratories emerge from obscurity. These people, they really know how to keep their secrets buried deep. But they've grown used to living like this. Living in darkness becomes second nature. They grow to shun the sunlight, digging ever deeper into the earth for new sanctuaries. Besides, the things they do here could never see the light of day. Another one of these diaries. Bridget uses a weapon to pick up a tattered notebook from the ground. After carefully putting on gloves, she begins to examine its pages with caution. More of the same contents. The mine collapsed again today. We really have the rescue team to thank. Constantine Mining may be heartless, but they always make sure to call for rescuers when this happens. At least it's better than how things are at other places. At least we can scrape by here. In a place like this, we can't ask for much more. Only 2 boys got hurt trying to be heroes by going too far in. Everything else is fine. Minor A. The rescue workers saved me again. I'm just so grateful to both of them. I heard that before all this happened, the couple used to be extreme sports enthusiasts. Off-road racing, rock climbing, stuff like that. I would have still been a code monkey typing away at my computer if it weren't for this damn virus outbreak. Who would have thought I'd actually come down here to mine? Minor A. Time down here in the mine was unbearable without my diary. I'm waiting for rescue, but something feels off this time. I heard some strange noises. I played dead, keeping my eyes shut tight, refusing to look at anything. I only opened my eyes and wrote down all this when the strange noises were gone. Nothing bad is gonna happen to me if I just keep my eyes and ears shut, right? Minor A. The rest of the diary is blank. Pretty sure the guy ended up getting rescued. Yep, pretty sure that's the case. 2 rescue workers mentioned in this diary. They've gotta be my parents. They once told me that they were extreme sports guys and that they'd venture through desolate wilderness and treacherous peaks before the punishing outbreak. They once promised that they'd take me to all these beautiful places when the punishing was gone. You'll see it for yourself, I'm sure of it. Yep, that's right. I'll make sure to travel to all these places they've been to and see what they've seen when all this is over. Care to join me when I'm ready to do that? Of course, I'd love to. Then it's a deal. Mind you, that isn't going to be easy, and no, I don't want to hear you complain. Oh, there's something here. As the searchlight sweeps across another darkened control panel, Bridget places her access card against it. After a moment, the long dormant panel slowly flickers to life. It's weird. I mean, who's been maintaining the power system this entire time? Though everything appears shrouded in a veil of decay, it seems that with the right key, the world behind these stone walls has slowly begun to show itself. With the access card verified, the laboratory lights automatically activate. Harsh white light floods down instantly, almost blindingly bright. Who's there? A soft, creaking sound echoes through the room. Over there. Above, a security camera with a blinking red light slowly pivots. Is this a monitoring room? This monitoring room isn't on the map, and this is when it hits you that something is off. Without a moment's hesitation, Bridget raises a gun and takes a precise shot at the security cam. There's another one. Raise your gun and shoot. The surveillance camera comes crashing to the ground. Could someone be controlling these from the monitoring room that wasn't on the map? Bridget crouches down to examine the shattered security camera more closely. It's a motion sensing camera. It's probably only turned toward us when it detected our presence. Need to exercise caution all the same though. Yeah. This unexpected incident has heightened the tension in the air. Having copied the research records from the terminal's control panel, two of you quickly make your exit from the laboratory. It feels much safer out here. That's true. Though the mine tunnel is darker, its narrow confines somehow feel more secure than the stark, exposed laboratory with its harsh white lights. Nice reflexes back there, Kane. I'm good. This is no ordinary feat for a human. Good job, Commandant. Task Force really is full of talented people. Given what you're capable of, you should have no trouble joining the Task Force. Well, they've been telling me to apply for Task Force since we finished boot camp. But I've always felt like I don't belong there. Task Force is great, fighting on the front lines with the best frames available and everything, but if everyone joins the Task Force, who's gonna be there to support them? I'm not saying the Task Force is bad or anything, it's just... yeah. Someone has to be there to help them, right? Ah, the smile. Everyone has their own path to follow, and my path has never been with the Task Force. Are you sure you don't want to join the Task Force? Conditions there are better than the Support Force. Your training data qualifies you for the Task Force. Are you sure you're not gonna sleep on it some more? Nope, and I'm sure about that. I choose Support Force. Well, what have you been doing here when you're doing so well? I mean, why aren't you in the Task Force? They're always the first ones to get new research results and frames. This place is great too. You get to operate heavy vehicles here. Task Force doesn't have nearly as many vehicles for everyone to drive. Haha, the old timer would always tell me that I flushed my talent down the toilet. I'd never been a fan of making choices, but I never regretted joining the Support Force. The scenes within her mind shatter into pieces, then slowly reconstruct themselves. If she had truly weighed her options back then, the young girl she was should have accepted compensation from Norman Mining Corps and lived out her days in some conservation area. If she had made a calculated choice after becoming a construct, she should have joined the Task Force, earned more merits and risen to an elite squad, and gained more authority. She has faced countless opportunities, yet she has never strayed from the path she set out to take. Not to toot my own horn, but I've indeed led the support force to assist more task force operations in conservation areas than ever before. Numbers don't lie. Since Bridget joined the support force, numerous squads that would have otherwise died have made it back to Babylonia safely, thanks to her timely assistance and dedication. I always thought I was giving it my all, but... She lets out a deep, heavy sigh. Trojan, I never noticed anything wrong with her, and I've been thinking that maybe I'd have been able to help her had I been more attentive. Not necessarily. Based on Bridget's description of Trojan, she was likely a spy working for Chrono until her mind was damaged, causing her memory loss. But with Trojan being who she was, God only knows how she perceived Bridget's kindness when Bridget tried to be kind to her. You're right, she might just think I'm there to spy on her. She is being very contradicting. She truly did help Roland and me back then, and there is no way Roland and I would have improved as fast as we did without her guidance. Someone who's supposed to be a spy, it's weird how she's trying to draw all this attention to herself. Maybe those times were precious to her, too. Haha, I wouldn't be so sure about that. I mean, Roland and I were quite a handful. But it worked out fine in the end. A familiar smile graces her face. Trojan is still alive, and so am I. Some wrongs can still be righted. The smile and the shrug, Bridget walks forward. Come on, we've got a long road ahead of us. Family, honor, mind. Suppressed painful gasps echo softly through the sealed room. Heavy footsteps, bestial growls, and chaotic sounds of scraping metal fill the air. Seems like we have new guests. Dim lights slowly flicker to life in the dark room. Across the dense array of surveillance screens at the control panel, there appears the face of a brown-haired construct that's calmly shattering the monitors one by one. Well, guess I've got to ready myself to receive our guest then. I guess that's probably the butler then. Homecoming! Everybody ready? Grab your stuff, let's go home. After thorough exploration, Bridget finally stops in front of a mining tunnel that shows less structural damage than the others. Is this the place? Yes, of course. She gently taps the rocks before her with a wrench and tilts her head to listen to the resonating sound. Location we confirmed with Carney and the others should be somewhere around here without proper instruments. I can't pinpoint the exact position. We'll start clearing the collapsed rocks from this position, and engineering force will be there to work with. Before she even finishes a sentence, the terminal crackles to life as Carnina's voice bursts through the speakers. Hey, hello, can you hear me? Loud and clear. Are you near the coordinates I calculated earlier? Yes, we're here at this section of the mine that suffered many caves and we'll reinforce it from the inside to prevent further collapse. I know I can trust your work, but there's one thing. Karenina falls quiet and says nothing for so long. You're starting to wonder if there's a signal issue. What is it? I don't see why this needs to be kept under wraps. There's simply whether we're creating rescue access points for supplies or using large diameter drilling for the rescue. We're going to end up making a lot of noise either way. Mine's condition is unstable and Karenina's worried it might attract corrupted, and other researchers can fight to save their lives, so someone will likely need to stay around to prevent any constructs in the mine from attacking. I'll do it. But support force needs you to tell them what to do. There's no point arguing about this. It's dangerous whether you lead or stay around. No one knows what's gonna come popping out when we open that collapsed mine shaft. That's why you need to take point if anything goes wrong. I'm sure your combat experience will lead everyone to safety. They can handle the reinforcement work without my supervision. That's why I'm clearly the better choice to guide the rear. Commandant. Lucia has everything like there. Lucia comes running from the other end of the mining tunnel, following an anomalous signal. I know they have this place so well I just couldn't catch up. I was just going around in circles when I ran into you guys. See, with that unidentified person, or whatever it is. out there. We gotta make it our priority to keep the researchers safe. It makes more sense for our two strongest fighters to walk point. Very well. Done with your discussion? Well then, let me brief you on the rest of the rescue plan. Some minor disagreement seems to be happening on the other end of the communication line. Karina mutters something under her breath before Chetty's voice comes through again. Engineering Force will proceed with the original plan, creating rescue access points at predetermined locations to pinpoint your exact position. Before that, the support force personnel on the inside need to reinforce the mining tunnels around the banned locations to prevent any secondary collapses during the operation. According to reports, there seems to be some operational elevator equipment in the mine. A soft tapping sound comes from the terminal screen. I'll help you gain control of the elevator system from the outside, and you can use them to move around. After that, Engineering Force will use the rescue access points to transport supplies, which is going to allow us to continue reinforcing tunnels from the inside. Once we have the ground's conditions confirmed, we'll begin rescue operations with using large diameter drilling machine. Are you guys still listening? What was that? Oh yes, I'm listening. Support Force has brought enough reinforcing supplies, so prioritize reinforcing the areas where we plan to drill to prevent any further cave-ins. Very good. Alright, that's good. Don't even think about touching that large diameter drill. I've got my eye on you. Okay, I'd love to try that drill too. Me too. Right, I bet it has such a unique feel to it. So I'm definitely give it a try when I get a chance. Alright. Let's finish marking spots and head back. At the temporary camp, all tents have been taken down. Members of the support force are all busy taking inventory of the remaining supplies, while Cheryl stands beside Bridget reporting their findings. Punishing concentration remains within manageable levels. Mostly corrupted in the tunnels are failed experimental constructs. Government mining core must have installed a virus filtration system similar to the CPF filter inside. Once the mine's power supply is restored to stable levels, we can repair and restart the system. In conclusion, reactivating this mine facility isn't going to be much of a challenge, boss. I'll compile everything into a report and send it back to Babylonia along with the exploration maps. After that, we can... Bridget? Angia stands behind the back tent, looking as if she has something to say. Coming all the way here, you're not planning to assassinate me, are you? Odds aren't in your favor. I'm not when I'm wearing one of the first new frames that the Support Force came up with. That's not what I meant. You're evacuating, aren't you? No one told me, but I can see everyone packing up. Yes, Engineering Force has prepared an evacuate plan. Police are in the Great Command and will assist your withdrawal. We haven't notified Norman researchers because the Support Force. I know Support Force doesn't trust us now. Bridget quietly acknowledges this observation. Since you're evacuating, I probably won't have a chance to come back here again. She drinks in the sun and is trying to commit every detail to memory. Tantalum copolymer is a promising research topic. I'm convinced I could yield even better results than TA-193 copolymer under certain conditions. You have my apologies. Anyway, this piece of information is what I am keeping as my last lifeline. She pulls out a paper map that shows a detailed layout of what the underground mine, but this one reveals numerous facilities that don't appear on Norman Mining Corps' map. Several non-existent laboratories, along with a non-existent monitoring room at the lowest level. Before I left, my professor handed me this map and wished me on a safe journey. Told me that the monitoring room at the lowest level was the heart of the entire mine. He must have seen all this coming. Angia let out to weary sigh and falls silence. I was hoping that you'd be able to uncover the research laid on polymers when you're finished with what you came here to do, and continue to fill that void with countless more lives. I'm sorry, I'm in no position to have an argument with you as far as this goes. I used to believe that sacrifice was just a natural part of scientific progress. But she never stopped to think about what happened to those failed test subjects. Having witnessed countless power struggles within the laboratory, she understands that defeated factions face elimination. That's why when she first entered the mine and saw the researchers' bodies, she felt only surprise, not panic. But when she fled in the incubation chamber, she witnessed infected constructs stirring themselves at the doors, watched helplessly as lifeless, failed specimens were piled up before her eyes. I'll say this now, no technological advancement should ever come at the cost of human lives. I guess this is why my professor always said he just couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. And maybe that's also why they abandoned me this time. Bridget offers no words of comfort in response. If I make it back to Babylonian alive, I will hand in my resignation and leave Norman Mining Core's research facility. And after that, that's what happens after that. She has no idea. Perhaps her professor doesn't want her dead after all. Seeing as he did give her this life-saving map, maybe she could turn over a new leaf and seek a position at the Science Council, if they're still willing to take her in, that is. I hope this map proves useful to you all. Andrea quietly returns to where she belongs. Holding the map Andrea surrendered, Bridget falls into deep thoughts. She isn't surprised that Andrea kept this as a contingency plan. If they weren't about to evacuate the mine, Andrea probably wouldn't have handed them over the map at all. No surprise that Andrea's professor was a Chrono operative infiltrating Norman Mining Core's research facility. No one knows just how many infiltrators Chrono has trained and planted over the years. It's such a shame. As Bridget flips through the map pages, a wave of inexplicable sadness washes over her. Bridget? Oh, Kane, are you all done with the preparations over there? We're all set. Right, you guys always travel light, eh? Haha. Something seems off about you. Don't worry, you just hit me though. This is my second time coming to this place, but I still haven't figured out why my parents went missing. Found no clues whatsoever. The truth seems pretty clear. Just like Miner A, who saw or heard something they shouldn't have during the rescue operation. They might have either been taken away by Chrono's constructs, killed, or modified. But in any case, they are most likely no longer in this world. With you looking concerned, Bridget blinks hard, forcing herself to put on her usual smile. It's okay, I'm pretty sure I'll find them eventually, now that Constant Mine is in operation again. Alright, I'd rather go and make those slowpokes work harder. Pretty sure Karinina is gonna show up with her giant drill if we don't speed up. She takes a big strides toward the center of the temporary camp. Hey, is everyone ready to move out? All ready to go. Despite several days of resource shortages, every member of the support force remains in high spirits. Everybody ready? Grab your stuff, let's go home. Risky situation. 5. Easy enough. And last but not least, let me go over our battle plan one more time. Engineering force will help us activate any working underlaters in the mine, while Lucio and Gray have command and lead everyone to the designated location. Once you reach your position, start reinforcing mine tunnels immediately to prevent any cave-ins and no slacking off. Alright, heard ya. And what's your job here? I'll take a different route down the garden rear to make sure no creeper can get through to you. I'm coming with you. Hey, count me in too. Alright, just focus on reinforcing those mine tunnels. Don't make it sound like I'm going on some suicide mission here. I'm more than qualified to be in the task force, in case you didn't know. Get going now. When I catch up with y'all, I'll be inspecting your reinforcement work, so you better do it right.
Lucia, 指揮官、研究員たちの護衛をお願い。
姉子は私たちが守ります。ヘマなんかしませんから。
Okay.
皆さん、
This is
準備
fucking
はいいです
passage
か？
to FA.
では指揮官、私たちも急いで動きましょう。時間を無駄にはできません。この一撃で退くからすわよ。私の刃になってください。
Okay, further down this way. Target point. L2 preparation confirmed, unlocking. Underground tower, elevator shaft. Permission confirmed, activating elevator.
エレベーターが起動できていない。地下3階で止ま
Back
ってる。
jam.
ブリギット隊長、聞こえますか？
Gun tower, main
エ
path.
レベーターは地下3階ね。分かった、今すぐ行く。いや、ルシア、下へのゲートを先に解除しないと。了解です。アンジェ研究員、ロック解除のために該当権限を有する方の協力が必要です。心配いりません。私があなたたちの安全を保証します。
Okay, more corrupted.
大丈夫、かすり傷よ。一歩たりとも超えさせない。これは最終警告よ。一歩たりとも超えさせない。前方注意、会議して。ゲートのロックが解除されました。了解、お疲れ様。ロックが解除されたわ。行くわよ。
Okay, provision confirmed. B3 fire door. Okay. Main path, B3.
あなたたちは先に下で他の道を探して。レールが引っかかっているのは侵食体のせい。じゃあこいつらを全員ぶっ飛ばせばいいのね。前方注意、会議して。その程度なの？一歩たりとも超えさせない。
Simple. Turn on the elevator. Okay. Where's our exit point?
ルシア、今ならエレベーターを動かせるはず。
やっています。エレベーターが動きました。特に
あれが下に新たな道が。でもここのエリア何かおかしい。
ちょっと聞こえるねえ。まさか侵食体に囲まれた。急いで助けに行かないと。
Oh, stuff. Rescuer. Zoe's here. Bash has been torn. Researcher? Nope. His legs were carefully patched up. Bandages have a rescuer's mark that Bridge is very familiar with. Feel about that mom, but I can't disround in danger. I must shot first.
Watashi no隊員たちに触るな。どけー。大丈夫、かすり傷。一歩たりとも超えさせ。これは最終警告。前方注意、会議して。前方注意、会議して。
Oh, it used Matrix. Interesting. Non-regular enemies get Matrix. Ow. Such a delay. Mission. Okay. Aw.
キリがないわ。敵は私が一掃する。
ゲートの後ろからまた侵食体が。
More where they came from.
巻き添えになるわよ。下がって。トロイ、どうしてここに？
Her last message. Ah. Version? Hello? The mine lies in darkness, with only the weak red lights of malfunctioning machinery blinking in the gloom. That last hit seems to have damaged parts of Trojan's flame. Vital fluids leak from her forearms and ankles and drip steadily onto the ground. Why didn't you go with them? Taking a step back, Bridget keeps her wary eyes fixed on Trojan. While Trojan has saved her life, the current situation makes it impossible for Bridget to fully trust the construct before her. I really didn't plan to evacuate with them. But the door suddenly locked shut when I got in the elevator. Damn thing was built like a tank, and I had to use all my strength just to break it open and escape. I dropped down the elevator shaft into the some... Hell, if I knew where this place is. Haven't walked around much when I heard something over here. Well, you believe it or not, that's exactly what happened. Trojan doesn't appear to be lying. If she were here on Corona's orders to clean things up, she could have used any number of access cards to get through without ending up so disheveled. With runes wrapped in bandages in a rush, Trojan wears a look of irritation. I really hope my penny-pinching boss is willing to cover the damages, or this frame affair is going to cost me an arm and a leg. I should never come down to this guy's place. Were those memories really worth all this? The nights without memories to look back on aren't so bad with some beer like alcohol flavor electrolyte. It's not even that expensive. You can get approval from support force to have your frame fixed. Oh, really? Of course, since you were assisting the support force with this mission, I have the authority to request funds to get your frame fixed. Well then, guess I'm gonna take you up on that after then. That's fine. Trojan's hands freeze with bandaging as she turns a suspicious gaze toward Bridget. You seem a little upset. Sorry, I'm not very good at hiding my emotions. In that mine tunnel we just passed, I saw my parents' belongings. According to the rescue team's code of conduct, if anything happens to rescue workers, the responsible party must issue an accident report. Dead or alive, I will not let them hide in the darkness forever. I will find the truth of what happened to my parents. I refuse to let them fade into darkness without a trace. Ripples spread through the Trojan's mind as hazy memories glint like shards of glass that reflect a blinding light. The truth? You remember now? Nope. Just some very fragmented memories. Probably even more shattered than the corrupted you just blasted apart. Some things are better left forgotten. You're probably right, but I'd rather remember. With no signs of corrupted in the vicinity, she allows herself to loosen up a little and lean against the corner of the wall for a rest. Nothing but more trouble. Maybe so, but what's life without its troubles? Some things I remember very clearly, like my only failure was during a rescue mission here, back when I was still a rookie. Though those memories are gone now, Trojan knows full well that Bridget's failed rescue mission was the very one that saved her life. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Your medical rescue report didn't specify who saved you? Honestly, don't remember much about it. Norman's researchers have already told me that because of the unique nature of my frame, the damage to my mind would be difficult to repair unless certain issues could be completely resolved. Up until now, I've only been able to remember a tiny fragment of my earlier memories. Oh, I'm sorry. It's alright, I don't feel any regret about it. I mean, I have this vague feeling that I probably wasn't a very good person before I lost my memories. But from what I've seen, you've always been every bit the model instructor. Huh, an instructor. Oh boy, never thought anyone would see me that way. Trojan raises a finger to her lips, signaling Bridget to be quiet, then presses her ear against the rock wall to feel the tremors. She seems to hear the sound of that person catching up to her. Not quite safe here yet. Let's keep moving forward. Further ahead? The map on the map Anja gave you see that the general locations of things match up with where they actually are. Though a few marked labs are actually traps. We're at the bottom level of the mines right now. The monitoring room is just up ahead. Monitoring room? Monitoring room that goes straight down. A slight sting in her mind prevents her from pursuing that train of thought any further. The monitoring room we go. Those cunning bastards always leave a back door at the most critical area. That's most likely gonna be the mine's control room. Menacing footsteps echo through the corridor. Can't change it. The footsteps pause as he appears to notice something and turns toward where the lights just came on. There you are. For the honor. Okay. Brink of collapse. 17. With only a partial map and hazy memories to guide them, Trojan leads Bridget forward, picking their way through the dark, damp mining tunnel. So there really is a monitoring center here. Of course, those with guilty consciences fear real demons the most. They need these keycard lock traps and mechanisms to protect what little dignity they have left. Trojan comes to a halt. Once again, she presses her ears against the rock to feel the faint tremors coursing through the stones. I think I'm hearing something. Engineering forcemen started their drilling operations. Now, of all times. Hold your fort. Her fingers carefully trace along the rock wall. A collapse. No, that's not it. Watch out. Weapon whistles through the air behind them. Trojan spins around with lightning speed, yanking Bridget aside to dodge the attack. A looming shadow creeps up from behind them. What is that? A massive, grotesque humanoid figure, seemingly cobbled together from mechanical parts, looms behind them. Who are you? The creature's overwhelming presence forces her to stumble backward. Without a word, the grotesque being launches another attack. This must be the third faction you've been suspecting in the mine. As Trojan dodges, the monsters attack her frame joints, creak loudly with each movement. I got this. Her tonfas transform into a shield just in time. The enemy strike produces an ear-piercing metallic screech, but she holds her ground against the attack. What kind of monster is this? Ain't nobody got time for no questions now. The giant remains silent as it raises its weapon again. Its vacant expression shows no hint of consciousness or desire to communicate. This isn't working. The countdown on their terminal ticks away relentlessly as they flee deeper into the tunnel under the bridge's cover. However, the massive enemy seems to know the mines they are better than they do. Big before their matter returns. As Bridget braces another heavy blow with her shield, signs of fatigue begin to show on her face. Bridget, this way. She finds a concealed mechanical door. It's here. She rolls nimbly and sprints toward Trojan. Meanwhile, Trojan swipes her access card to open the hidden door. Quick! She grabs Bridget and shoves her in it without hesitation into the hidden passage. Trojan! Just as Bridget reaches out to pull Trojan in, the giant behind them catches up and grabs Trojan by the shoulders. Close the door now! Bam. The metal door slams shut before Bridget with a thunderous clash. Trojan! Bridget tries again and again to swipe the access card to open the door, except the door refuses to budge. God only knows what Trojan has done to tamper with the system. Heavy thuds echo dully through the thick rock walls. Damn it. She strikes the door again with all her might, but even her strongest blows barely leave a scratch on the door. No, this isn't working. Wait, the monitoring room. The monitoring room controls the entire underground mine system. There's bound to be a way to open this door from there. Or even better, a shorter route to where the fight is taking place. Hang in there, Trojan. Without further hesitation, she bolts in the direction Trojan had indicated earlier. Boom. Another thunderous blast echoes through the tunnel. A groan escapes through her clenched teeth. The construct looms overhead like a dark mountain, its terrifying mass bearing down with crushing pressure. Totally knew I made the right choice letting Bridget go. She snatches up her fallen weapon and gracefully leaps onto a nearby ledge. I never do good deeds like this. Well, you should give me a humanitarian award or something. She saved me here once before, so I guess we're even now. She talks to herself, not caring whether the creature understands her or not. Let me be your companion in death here, since we're both creatures that once found this wasteland home. Despite Trojan's agility, the sheer size difference proves overwhelming. She stands no chance against this giant. Bang! Once again, her body slams violently against the wall. Trojan has never had her old frame now creaking in protest to replace. With her arms now immobilized, she can't even use the bandages Bridget gave her to patch up the vital fluid leaking from her wounds. Yep, Skyke. Garbled sounds emanate from the vocal module of the massive humanoid creature. I'm wondering why I didn't run away. The monster looms over her once again. It's a massive shadow, completely blocking out what little light remains. Vital fluid seeps uncontrollably from her mouth and joints as Trojan lies powerless in the corner, her visual modules growing increasingly blurry. I was going to actually... Ugh, so fragile. The monster's consciousness appears to be growing hazy again. In her scattered memory, she recalls seeing what this behemoth looked like long ago. The name was Skyke, that impeccably dressed butler, constantly prattling on about Norman Mining Corps, exactly the type she would despise. She had overheard Hyde and the other lab directors plotting to keep that person detained here. After that, everything went blank. Did she warn that person to escape? Knowing herself, she figures that she probably didn't. Trojan never understands why she always gets the shorter end of the stick. But, for once, I was chosen. In my next life, I hope. I get to stand in the sunlight like they do. A whistling sound slices through the air right beside Bridget's ear. The access card. It works. Fortunately, the access card from Andrea has high enough clearance. Despite some difficulty, Bridget manages to unlock the monitoring room. The circuits are shorted out, leaving only the dim glow of emergency lights in the monitoring room. Both Trojan and Andrea said the monitoring station is in the heart of this mining facility. And there have got to be clues here. At the monitoring station, some of the surrounding screens seem to have gone dark. The most still flicker with a faint light. From the moment they entered this place, their every move has likely been under someone's watchful eye. There's no time to think. Bridget's fingers fly across the board as she tries to come up with the keywords that control the gates. Constantine Mining Facility, Laboratory, Mining Funding, Butler, Skyke. A long series of test logs appear on the screen showing light images. Can't forget. I'm still conscious. Zoe and Marion. Are these mom and dad's names? Corona betrayed us all. They told me there was a disease in the world that we need to take preventive medicine. I never suspected a thing. Show up the results, they forced me to watch humans being subjected to analytical copolymer procedures. I couldn't just stand by and watch those people die. Their experiment failed anyway. Everything went haywire and blew up the mine, which they wrote off as a minor mining accident. Norman Mining Corps hired rescue workers, but I never thought it would be them. I never thought it would be them. Marion. Zoe found me in prison, and Marion insisted they had to get me out. Wait, what happened? Found it. Composed, focused, Bridget locates the passcodes for these gates within the documents. Now the thunderous crash reverberates through the area. Some circuit triggers causing every warning light in the morning room to flash life. An ominous red glow floods the entire chamber. Later, every monitor screen begins to pulse with warning signals. Okay, for the honor. Born to be Lord Norman Corps, long family for the rest of my life. The drill's deafening roar fills the air as muddy water seeps through the rock layers, rising to ankle level. We're breaking through. Get out of the way if you can hear this in here. In there. A sliver of daylight pierces the gaps between weathered rocks and the dark mine tunnel. Get out of the way. The engineering force's chosen breach point is precisely calculated, less than 1 meter away from the reinforced section of the mine tunnel. The reinforced mine tunnel rumbles ominously as Cheryl and other support force members furrow their brows, eyes fixed intently on the safe zone above. Boom. The resounding blast, engineering force breaks through the mine tunnel's rocky walls from the outside, finally letting sunlight stream in. Commandant. The piercing light sears her vision, and Lucia shields her eyes with her hand. I want to be careful with the sunlight since we've been on the ground all this time. Hey, are y'all doing okay in there? While engineering force members carefully work to widen the tunnel opening for the rescue operations, Karenina, already equipped with protective gear, rushes inside. Kane, Lucia, you're both alright? Hey, slow down. Funny how it's like always calling through places like these days. Or how it feels like we're always going through places like these days. Like this these days. Blech. Words. With Karenina and Teddy's help, the trap squad successfully make it back to the surface. Has anyone messaged Bridget? On it, Teddy. As she coordinates the rescue effort, Karenina turns her head and to call out. Ariana, except the reception seems a little unstable now. Alright, I'll handle things from here. Go ahead and get some rest. The girl leads the way to the temporary camp, hurrying forward, but her brows furrows the moment she lifts the tent flap. Norman Mining Corps' executive. Dressed in immaculately pressed suits, Norman Mining Corps' executive and their research division representatives sit in the middle of the temporary tent, carrying themselves with such formality as if they were Babylonia's executive boardroom. Though the timing may be less than ideal, I must ask you all to hear our request. After all, Norman Mining Corps cannot provide such extensive aid without some form of compensation. Rest assured, though, we won't be making any unreasonable demands. Norman Mining Corps is well aware that Babylonia is leading this operation. However, since Norman Mining Corps will be responsible for the maintenance and repairs once we reclaim the mining facility, I expect Babylonia to preserve as much of the facility's core infrastructure as possible during and clearing operations and all that procedures. Even if the entire facility is swarming with corrupted. I apologize, but such matters fall outside the scope of our concerns. In our current situation, we lack the resources and manpower for equipment reconstruction, therefore, cut to the chase and say what you really mean. Let me explain. The laboratory relayed access from here. Norman Mining Corps funded and built the laboratory with the mining facility, and we didn't manage to retrieve all the documents when the incident happened. We dispatched on JR Laboratory. That's one of the assistant personnel. So, where is she now? One of my objectives for this visit is to retrieve Angia ahead of schedule. No. Babylonia has no right to detain my students. She has witnessed certain events at the bottom of the mining facility. She's a key witness. She's just a researcher. What can she possibly testify about? I only mean to take her back to Babylonia for early recovery. And why don't you give a damn what she's been through? Or did you know this would happen all along? Professor? Having realized what's happening, the executive takes a step back, offers an awkward smile, an apology, and leads the professor away from the tent. Those in the room can hear them arguing outside. This isn't what Victoria told us to do. She specifically asked us to keep in mind safe and keep an eye on them, while making sure there's no widespread destruction. This is a laboratory matter. It's none of your business. Curtains rustles as the professor enters again. Let me say this again. Babylonia has no authority to detain my student, even when she's stolen confidential laboratory data from underground. Stolen? Commandant, I'm afraid your choice of words is problematic. The data rightfully belongs to Norman Mining Corps, specifically to their mining facility. What if the data is part of an illegal research project? Norman Mining Corps is merely an investor. We do not know whether the experimental data violate Babylonian's regulations. Even if it does violate current regulations, the new proposal is retroactive. Under the old rules, Norman Mining Corps wasn't in violation of any regulations, therefore Norman Mining Corps should have the right to reclaim these materials. A smug smile creeps across the aging researcher's face. I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to this drivel. As Karenina storms toward the exit, Teddy catches her arm and pulls her back. Be clear with us. Who exactly is asking for Andrea? Norman Mining Corps or someone else? Of course, it's Norman Mining Corps. His eyes dart around, refusing to meet your gaze. Teddy shoots you a dismissive glance before her fingers dance across the keyboard with practiced precision. Ah, there we go. Alvis, zipping through the ranks, huh? His background shows an unprecedented jump from Constantine's mining internal lab straight to Norman Mining Corps' headquarters in Babylonia. I'm afraid I don't follow what you mean. It's gotta be Chrono. I knew they might try to dig their claws into Norman Mining Corps, but I didn't expect them to make it this far. A bitter smirk crosses Teddy's face. Norman doesn't even have the resources to restart their experiments right now. Even if we reclaim Constantine Mine, the output has been prioritized for Babylonian's use anyway. Working for Norman while serving Corona. How's that double paycheck working out for you? Seriously, I don't have time to babysit these idiots who can't even get their priorities straight. Hold on, something's wrong at the mine. I've been trying to contact Bridget, but all my messages are failed sent, which is weird. I'm connected to the internal comms network you're just using. Support force has already repaired the transmission equipment in the mine, so there shouldn't be any problems. Wait, did someone sabotage it? Or could it be Bridget's terminal? I can't think of anything else. Is there anyone else down there in the mine besides Bridget? Jojen didn't come with us, but she saw the message saying someone sabotaged the elevator. Security cameras with their blinking red lights. Gotta be them, the one in the mine. Going back down to check, I'll go with you. What's the situation in the mine right now? Most members and researchers from the support force have returned to the surface and are stationed in temporary shelters. No casualties reported. Some from the support force stay behind to cover the retreat, and a risk operation has been arranged for them. Only Bridget and Trojan remain unaccounted for. Try contacting Trojan. We can reach Trojan's comms lines, but there's no response. Beep. Disconnection tone barely carries through the static-filled monitoring room, yet the construct who calls himself Skyke responds as if he's heard it with a hoarse voice. He opens his mouth to speak. You're wasting your time. I blocked all comm signals here to prevent myself from sending out anything. Anything that shouldn't be sent out, that is, in case I lose my mind. The secrets here should remain buried forever. Never underestimate humanity's short-sightedness and greed. The Norman family's honor. Damn it. Using the monitoring room's map, Bridget rushes back to where she got separated from Trojan. However, the main door appears to be damaged from the outside. Even the passcode entered, the door only responds with a weak, brittle click. Another forceful attempt to pry open the door ends in failure. What's happening to Trojan now and the thing outside? What in the world is it? Who are you, really? Are you really just a butler for the Norman Mining Corps? Why? Why are mom's and dad's names on the data? Fine. Response comes in the form of an even heavier impact against the door from outside. Are you really just a butler for Norman Mining Corps? If you really are Skyke, then why? Why are Zoe and Marion's names in these records here? Attacks against the door suddenly cease. Self-proclaimed Skyke, the supposed construct outside, seems to have stopped moving. Zoe, Marion. What exactly do you have to do with these two? Zoe and Marion, they are my parents. While changing the subject, Bridget continues to trying to pry open the gate from the side. Thanks to Skyke's forceful ramming earlier, the inner side of the gate seems to loosen somewhat, making it impossible for Bridget to work her way out. She would never leave children out there alone. Zoe and Marion, and your parents. Hoarse whisper seeps through the gap as if emanating from the depths of hell. Are you... Bridget? How do you know my name? Though startled, Bridget doesn't stop prying at the gate, just a little more. Ugh. A thunderous crash, the gate collapses. Bridget, having finally broken through, stands before Skyke. Who's that? Though confusion has clouded his logic circuit, Skyke raises his fist all the same when he senses the gate open, and he freezes the moment his eyes meet those of the brown-haired construct. She looks exactly like Marion. Skyke, the baby's here. That's wonderful. Have you picked a name? Of course. Marion decided to name her Bridget. When she's a bit older, she can go rock climbing and off-roading with us. You sure that's not too dangerous for a baby? Come on, you've never described off-roading as dangerous. When you used to join us back in the day. We were young back then. Things are different now. But we're still damn young. What are you doing here, Skyke? Sorry, Marion? What are the two of you? We've been living in Constantine all this time, handling the search and rescue operations around here. What's going on, Skyke? No. Time to explain. Quick, this way. Bridget. It's been so long, hasn't it? In the dim mine shaft where the day and night blurred together, he can no longer track the passing numbers to tell how much time has elapsed in this state. Turbulent waves surge through his mind once more as excruciating pain assaults his consciousness. Trojan! The moment she rushes in, she carefully keeps a distance from Skype while making straight for Trojan to check her injuries. The herd construct lies slumped against the wall corner in a visibly critical condition. Only after using up all emergency medical supplies does Bridget manage to barely stabilize Trojan's vital signs. What exactly happened to my parents? Did you see them in the mine? Having made sure Trojan's vital signs are now stable, Bridget hoists her onto her back, turns to face Skyke, and slowly backs away. Go, get out of here. Pressing his urge to destroy everything in sight, Skyke takes a step back to show he has no intention of attacking Bridget. Data from the monitoring room, those voices you recorded. What's really going on here? I failed them. Corona, the data, it must be destroyed. The hoarse voice cuts off abruptly, but Bridget has picked up some keywords. Go, get out of here. Sharp waves begin to churn once more in his chaotic mind. While Bridget can't be certain of what connection this construct has to her parents, seeing how severely wounded Trojan is, she knows she can't risk putting herself in more danger. Taking advantage of Skyke's disoriented state, Bridget hoists Trojan onto her back and slips away through the side path. As Skyke regains his composure, the memories of his dear friends slip away yet again. I have sworn to be loyal to the Morning Nine Corps and Norman family for the rest of my life. I cannot let these matters see the light of day. They would tarnish the Norman family's glory. A strange sound escapes his throat as his pupils grow clouded and unfocused. I need to destroy them. After taking a detour and getting out of Skyke's sight, Bridget breaks into a sprint with Trojan on her back. Bridget is sure that the strange man has to have clues about her parents. They might have known each other, might even have been friends from long ago. Trojan, how are you feeling? Bridget leans down to check on Trojan, but she only responds with murmurs. Stable vital signs, guess there's no immediate danger. For some reason, the strange man seemed to hold back when attacking Trojan. Bridget knows that she wouldn't have stand a chance against him in this old frame she is now in. With the tunnel blocked and the elevator out of service, there's almost no way out. All she can do is find a secure spot to keep Trojan safe. Alright, should be safe here. After placing Trojan in a previously reinforced section of the tunnel, Bridget dusts off her hands and leaves a clear markers outside the tunnel. It's all up to Bridget now. In the gibberish coming out of the man's mouth, Bridget caught Chrono and Data. That monitoring room might hold other secrets, more evidence that could prove Corono's illegal experiments down here in this mine. He seems intent on destroying the data, but Bridget knows she can't let that happen. The data doesn't just hold clues to her parents' whereabouts, it's also telltale evidence of how countless souls vanished into this abyss without leaving a trace. Hyde's research group alone documented a bunch of innocent test subjects, including children, while the others reorganizes its gear and weapons and adjusts Trojan's terminal to receive communication signals at maximum range. Alright, this should work. Kane will definitely find us. She has to retrieve the data before that suspicious being completely destroys the evidence. She isn't going to let them vanish without a trace. When we meet again, I hope we can still share beer like alcohol flavor electrolyte together. She turns and ventures back into the darkened mine shaft. Okay, back into the depths. Caution is for peaceful everyday life. Right now we're going bold. Beep beep beep. A rhythmic buzzing pierces through Trojan's hazy consciousness as he instinctively tries to move. Pain surges through her body. The hoarse groan Trojan fights through the pain, her arm inching desperately toward the terminal that Bridget left within an arm's reach. With a soft chime, the terminal connects. Trojan? Bridget? Trojan? Help. Save her strength to trying to pinpoint your location. Help her. Save who, Bridget? Following those two faint, mumbled words, the terminal follows completely silent. Hello? Outside of the mine. You instinctively call out to the terminal twice more. There is no response. Let's get going. Ready, Commandant? Hold up, we're coming with you. Teddy, where are you? I'm still trying to lock onto the signal source. What, you think this mine's an open field, like we can pinpoint it in seconds? You should all stay up here. Unless you go in alone, this is hardly the time for that kind of talk. The mine's collapsed twice, and that's not counting deliberate sabotage. You really think you can navigate it safely without a professional guide? Wasn't the engineering force supposed to rescue those from Spore Force that stayed behind? I'll go with them. Their mission scope doesn't go nearly as far, and British and Trojan even deeper down. The engineering force has its protocols in situations like this. They can only conduct rescue operations at the upper levels. Going any deeper would be reckless. I wouldn't let my people take such unnecessary risks. But I can take that risk myself. I'm already here and Bridget's in trouble. There's no way I'm just going to stand by and watch. I've located the general area of the comms terminal. We need to hurry up. While I don't have any geological expertise, judging from the fluctuations and interruptions in the signal, the situation thunder is getting worse. Let's get going. After a quick equipment check, they join a newly prepared engineering force team and descend deeper into the mines together. Inside the mine. Shing! Blades flash through the air as Lucia slices through the corrupted, revealing a construct lying beneath it. Who? Over here! Before Karenina can speak, two team members are already jogging over. They kneel down as they have countless times before and begin treating the fallen construct with practiced efficiency. Penetrating wound in the abdomen, vital signs are poor, but we still got hope here. You handle the wound, use kit 3 for first aid. I'll secure the frame. Captain, we're pulling back now. Fall back. About the other squad members on your way, search only at this depth, following the standard time limits, don't proceed any deeper. Two members nod in acknowledgement and disappear around the corner carrying the injured person. It's just the two of us now. Teddy, where's the signal coming from? Which way should we go? Not sure. Teddy remains hunched over her keyboard, all the while looking up from her keyboard as her fingers fly across the keys. What? Look, I don't know which way to go. Sure, I hacked the mine's infrastructure system, but the cave-ins and mouths have wreaked too much damage. Data's all scrambled now. You can only pinpoint a general direction. Can't tell you exactly how to get there. It's not like I'm the architect of this place. Besides, even if the actual architects showed up right now, they probably won't know how to get through either. With an exasperated sigh, Teddy finally looks up and points to a side wall. It's down this way, but what? You planning to smash open a path with that hammer? Hey Lucia, you remember how we got up here in the first place? I remember, it doesn't really matter. Like Danny said, most of these tunnels are either buried or altered now. Your remaining official paths might be blocked off by equipment and terminals, all the access permissions for the lower levels. And don't forget, we already hit 2 dead ends just now. What? Sat down first, we'll try to figure out the right path once we've gone deep enough. Looks like this is our only option for now. Deeper in mine. Skyke stops in front of a room, growling softly while pawing at the door. Monitor. What was it again? Oh, right, the monitoring room. That's what it's called. Could this be the place? The gentle giant hand suddenly exerts its strength, causing the metal door to groan and warp under tremendous force. Skyke enters the room, finding the scene both familiar and foreign to his memories. For a moment he loses his focus as his perception wavers while memories and reality blur together in his mind. As a monitor-like device catches Skyke's eye, his demeanor shifts to one of certainty, as if he's finally found what he's been looking for. Skyke clenches his fists and suddenly lashes out of the device with explosive force. Ah, that's right, this is it. This is the monitoring room. Here are all evidence, I'm not leaving any traces. Norman is clean. It's just Corona that's filthy. You and you too. Skyke growls and wreaks havoc in the room. A figure briefly flashes past the doorway. Bridget glances at the storage room sign on the door, then carefully peeks inside to check on Skyke. Huh? Sensing someone watching him, the massive figure quickly turns around, stirring up a gust of wind that sends shattered equipment parts flying in all directions. Bridget quickly withdraws behind the door as her mechanical components whir into high gear. Ugh. Too afraid to even lift the finger, she takes a hard swallow. Just a rat. Ah yes, the mines are crawling with rats. They wear human skin and leech off Norman like parasites. After a brief pause and hearing no further sounds, Skyke slowly turns back around. His clouded pupils fill with disgust as he mutters to himself and crushes the objects in his hands. This dirty and disgusting piece of clang. Witnessing this from outside the door, Bridget takes careful, measured steps, inching away from the room as quietly as possible. Once at a safe distance, Bridget suddenly breaks into a sprint toward the monitoring room. Good thing he's lost it. I need to hurry before he comes to his senses. Despite the considerable distance between them, the echo of her footsteps inevitably carries back to where she had been. Tap tap tap. Faint echo of footsteps pierces through Skyke's clouded mind, granting him a moment of clarity. His towering figure suddenly goes still. Inch by inch, he turns his head, scanning every corner of the room. No, wrong place. The giant narrows its eyes, leaning out of the room to peer into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Could it be over there? Okay, and boss time. Skyke. Last stand. Okay. Speed Skyke to reveal the truth about Constantine. Deep in the mine, monitoring room. Thud. Bridget charges back into the room and drops into the chair with a clang. She wastes no time booting up the monitoring system. She types on the keyboard while frantically patting herself down. External drive, there we go. Hurry faster, gotta finish before he comes back. As the boot animation finishes, Bridget plugs her portable storage device into the port. System drive, surveillance footage, select all, cut. As the progress bar appears, Bridget's tension begins to ease, casually brushing her lips with one hand now. She even has the luxury of time to click through the files to examine them one by one. Experiment project, test subjects, number of subjects. What is all this? As frames of footage flash before her eyes, Bridget maintains a composed expression, yet her nervous swallowing and increasingly rapid finger tapping betray a growing anxiety. Then her typing comes to an abrupt halt as Bridget sees a familiar figure on the screen. Dad? Mom? She leans forward, her lips trembling slightly as she speeds up her operations and pulls up all files related to the footage in rapid succession. Zoe, Marion, rescue workers, time and mine entry, personal data, disposal instructions. Wait, disposal instructions? Hovering finger trembles for a moment before firmly pressing continue. A harsh red seal flashes across the scene, searing into her vision. Vital signs absent, results verified, signatory. Just as Bridget tries to make out the last few words, a window suddenly pops up on the screen. Error, access to classified information detected, process terminated. Provide administrator key and perform physical authentication to restart process. Wait. What's this? Wait, what? Eek! Then the sudden noises strikes Bridget's already taut nerves, making her jolt. In that instant, the display screen before her goes dark. A sudden realization hits Bridget. With bated breath, she slowly turns around. The display screen flickers several times before gradually illuminating to reveal a face identical to that of the person standing before her. Found you, Bridget. Skype now appears to be struggling to maintain his consciousness. You shouldn't be here. Okay. In the central area, underground tower, monitoring room, investigate.
この技は前方注意回避してこれは最終警告大丈夫かすり傷
Up. Command grab. Ooh, he does a lot of damage. Oh, then. Okay, phase 2.
なるほど口だけではないらしいしかしまだまだ足りんなそんな弱々しい力で一体どうやって風を打ち破る
大丈夫かすり傷よ前方注意回避してこれは最終警告ここは私が食い止める
Up. Command grab. So like when the thing for that is the typical attack sound then. Up. Matrix.
えられる。ここ。
Ow. Damn. Oh, right. Again. Ow.
一歩たりとも超えさせない。これは最終警告。前方注意、回避して。
Oh boy.
大丈夫、かすり傷よ。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。早く呼びたいに救援要請を。
I'm getting really skill issued this time around. It's actually kind of difficult though.
大丈夫、かすり傷よ。
Okay. Phase 3? Or was I at the end? I don't even know.
よくやったな。その決意が俺を超えてみると、お前は確かに証明した。
His save, it sounds very familiar.
決して振り返るな。それにもう一つ、決して哀れむな。使命の重荷を背負えるのは聖者のみの栄誉ある権利だ。
I think it's Baelsar's. Guys, but it's not. Oh, I don't know. It sounds a lot like Guys. His VA in Japanese. Dude, like when he had his on, but obviously we know Baelsar's VA is
危険対象相当完了。
not like that, which I don't think it's
勝利の感覚
actually.
は最高ね。
Yeah. Hello? What? Missed stuff? Oh, I'll keep it in mind. Give me a moment, I gotta run to the toilet though. Toilet duties called. Okay, I am back. The giant's body crashes to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending a ring of dust billowing into the air. Bridget staggers forward and attempts to raise her weapon, but fails, having exhausted herself completely. As Skyke lies on the ground, the madness in his eyes fades away, leaving behind a glimmer of clarity. I've failed. What a disgrace to my duty. No, perhaps I already failed in my duty long before that, when I failed to see through Kronos' screams while serving as Norman's butler. I just wanted to wipe away the dust covering the family crust. Clang! Bridget swallows hard as she makes her way to Skyke's side, using her weapon for support as she gradually regains her strength. Sweeping things under the carpet doesn't make the world clean. Hiding things doesn't help with anything. Things only get better when you put in the effort to make them better. Trying to sweep things under the carpet is pointless. Perhaps your actions, drawing out her words, Bridget makes another attempt and raises her weapon. I'm in line with your professional ethics. But before you were a butler, you were a human, a victim of what happened here. But before you were a butler, you were a human. Oh, I guess it doubled. Going from victim to perpetrator is not the answer. If you truly regret failing in your duty, then please stop letting your conscience slide further down the slope. Dyke shifts his head ever so slightly and casts a glance at Bridget with the faintest hint of a chuckle. Then his gaze drifts off into nothingness. Wait, what? Go ahead, Bridget. You're right. Perhaps I've just been piling one mistake on top of another. I could blame it on my chaotic mind after the modifications, but I know better. If it weren't for that sick obsession, I wouldn't become what I am today. Take them with you. He lets out a final long sigh, then falls silent. Okay. Wonder what that's about. Try this again. I'm curious what the hidden is. Do 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 do. When day breaks, 6:20 hidden. PGR. Break all 3 pieces. Spam yellow. And he picks up the pillar. Okay, let's try this again. Also, it serves as good boss practice.
夫、かすり傷よ。ここは私が食い止める。これは最終警告。前方注意、回避して。その程度なの。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。これは最終警告よ。
積み重ねてきた時間の
大丈夫、かすり傷よ。
I messed that one up. Again. Got me.
早く予備隊員に救援要請を。一歩たりとも超えさ。その程度なの。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。前方注意、回避して。
Nope. Messed up. Got too greedy.
これは最終警告。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。一歩たりとも超えさせない。ここは私が食い止める。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。まだ耐えられる。その程度なの。 一歩たりとも超えさせない。これは最終警告。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。まだ耐えられる。
Ow. I didn't hear the ring that time.
大丈夫、かすり傷。早く予備隊員に救援要請を。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。ここは私が食い止める。一歩たりとも超えさせ
There
な
we
い。
go.
その程度なの。
There we go. It's like 15 or so. 10.
危険対象
That
相当完了。
stops.
勝利の感覚は最高ね。
Okay, yeah. Spike attacks. Okay, next scene. 21. Have all members survive. Exceed Constantine's mind. The terminal crackles with static. Answer me if you copy. Karenina? Shit, Teddy. Signal's getting stronger. Keep your status contact with Bridget. Terminal static fluctuates in intensity before the device finally settles on a stable communication frequency. I've got Norman's map right here. Tell me your location. I'm at the bottom level in an area below the lowest mining tunnel shown on the map. Shit, totally knew you caused that commotion just now. It's about to collapse where you are. I'll give you the coordinates. Run toward this direction. We'll create a path for you. Wait, where's Trojan? She remembers leaving Trojan out. Trojan is with us. Kane spotted your signal. Come on, hurry up already. Nice view. Okay, underground tower, main path.
ここも崩壊しそうね。早く上へ逃げないと。道が塞がれている。別の道に行かなくちゃ。
Okay. shortcut.
この距離ならいけそうね。はあ楽勝楽勝。
Elevator?
時間がないわ。このケーブルで上に登ろう。
No. Cable. There's one.
手口が近いわ。そりゃもう全然開かないじゃない。早く早く。早く。よし、開いた。
Okay, further up we go. Run, Bridget, run!
ロックが早く。よし、開いた。大丈夫、かすり傷よ。防火ゲートはセキュリティシステムでロックされている。まずは制御室で権限を解除する必要があるわ。セキュリティシステムが落石で壊されている。まずは電源に接続しないと。接続方法はあのやり方でいけるはず。
There we go.
防火ゲートが開いた。
Yeah, time to run over. Oh boy. Few minutes left. Oh, we're fine. Freedom escape. Okay, within 5 minutes. Ah, nice and easy. Fair enough. Now the final scene. Final twist. This is a mission brief, not a Golden Age movie. There are no twists and turns. What happened next? I just met up with Guyanina and others and then returned to Earth. Scattered sighs and murmurs fill the air as the story comes to an end. Haha, what else did you expect to happen? Some spectacular mine escape? Some mysterious force suddenly appearing out of nowhere? Did anything that really happen though? Stop daydreaming and get back to work, Alia. This is a mission brief, not a Golden Age movie. There are no twists and turns. After getting a playful bonk on the head and hearing the story, the support force members return to their posts, perfectly content. These new rookies are getting harder to handle with each patch. Despite her words, a smile plays at the corners of Bridget's lips. That was quite a story. Kane, what brings you here? Just running an errand for someone. Is this a letter from Trojan? You can call it that, but it's really just a folded note. Hey, Sunshine. Thought I was the one who saved you, but I guess you saved me again. Let's skip the formalities. We should grab a drink together when we're free. The note carries 2 short lines on it. Exactly what you'd expect from Trojan. Thanks, I'll take that. But why are you the one delivering it? I ran into her when I was trying to submit my mission report. Trojan was checking in at the military department when you entered there to end your mission report. She's the only construct modified with tantalum copolymers, so there's no way Babylon would ever let her back to Norman Mining Corps. Apparently, on her way to a new mission, and not having much time to spare, Trojan asked you to pass along this note, knowing that you'd see Bridget in a bit at a meeting. How's she doing? Pretty good. Trojan's data was transferred from the Star Life to the Science Council when the unique condition of her frame was discovered. After a thorough examination, Asimov concludes that Trojan's successful modification using tantalum copolymers can only be described as a miraculous coincidence. Whatever made the mission a success remains unclear, but one thing is certain, that the memories she lost may never be recovered. Indeed, completely losing those memories might not be such a bad thing for Trojan, as long as she doesn't mind it herself. Oops, it's about time you're going to that meeting too, right? Yes. Well then, shall we? Say, would you have a few minutes to spare after the meeting? She reaches out a hand at you with a smile. Oh, reaches her hand at you with a smile. Aww. Bridget. Thought she's so cute. Science Council has called for this meeting following a preliminary analysis of the data Bridget had retrieved from the underground facility. Based on our findings, Science Council Section 1 has concluded that research on tantalum copolymers was merely in its conceptual stages. While the tantalum copolymer can be classified as a new branch of research, I personally do not find it promising. This might become a new beginning in time, but not just yet. The Science Council has incorporated this project into the Tantalum Theory Laboratory of Section 1, where further research will be conducted. So did the Science Council also retrieve all the laboratory data from that time? If, as stated in the mission report, the lab used data from live subject experimentation, then would this not indicate that the Science Council has violated the regulations prohibiting unauthorized experimentation? I regret to inform you, sir, that we did not utilize any of their laboratory data. All recovered illegal data has been completely destroyed. Why? According to the data the support force has retrieved, all experimental models recovered from the Constantine's Mine Underground Laboratory were fundamentally flawed. Their theoretical data was built on entirely incorrect premises. Put another way, their approach was flawed from the very beginning. Trojan and the underground giant construct were successfully modified because their compatibility with the tantalum 193 copolymer was naturally at a low threshold value. Even then, both subjects invariably developed adverse effects. Therefore, all experimental data retrieved from the mine's underground facilities can only serve as evidence of criminal activity. The Science Council will compile all of it and submit it to Babylonia for processing. If this to you counts as using illegal experimental data, well, you're free to see it that way if you so wish. Wow, that was really impressive. That's true. When it comes to this subject, Asimov never yields an inch. Before entering the mine, no one knew about the illegal experiments in the laboratory. The way they're now making a fuss after retrieving experimental results only shows how desperate they've become. Glad to see the data being used as evidence against Corona. Thank God I didn't risk my life bringing it back for nothing. Besides, the core objective of this mission is to restart the Constantine Tantalum Mine. The project regarding tantalum copolymers was first proposed during the Golden Age. Any other questions? Sheepishly, the councillor drops the subject. With the Constantine mine being reactivated, I'm sure they will find Mom and Dad's remains one day. I suppose this is the best ending to this story. She gently closes the final page of the mission briefing in her hands. A gust of night wind blows outside as heavy curtains shield the room from the cold. In the dim light, Victoria sits upright in the Norman Mining Corps' conference room, closing the joint statement in her hands. Ma'am, a comprehensive report of everything that occurred in the mines has been sent to your terminal. Overall, everything appears to be in order. Excellent. With a wave of her hand, she dismisses the researcher from the conference room. Well then, pleasure doing business with you. Likewise. She raises her porcelain cup and gently clinks it with that of the figure sitting in the shadows. But we haven't achieved what you initially promised. Now is never where you had already extended your reach into Norman Mining Corporation's laboratories. We've recovered the Constantine mine, and you've obtained part of the experimental data. Our laboratories were investigated, and you now have new criminal charges. Fair and square, wouldn't you say? Yes, ma'am. Deep chuckle emanates from the figure sitting in the shadows. What became of that test subject? The construct by the name Skyke, your household butler, if I'm not mistaken. He's just a dog loyal to a bygone era. As a final currency, we buried his remains in the Norman family cemetery on Earth. Well then, I sure look forward to working with you again. Likewise. She raises her porcelain cup once more toward the figure sitting in the shadows. And who might have that been? Oh, kana. Hey, we are done with the chapter, and finally all caught up after such a long while. All caught up on the story.
新しい任務よ。空中庭園の墜落を防ぐため、今すぐ部屋に戻って休憩すること。
Yes, I'll be sure to do
端末には
so.
表示されないわ。私からの任務だから。この真相を確かめてみる。
Anywho. Grab this. And a bricks. I don't think there's anything else I'm gonna grab from here. File cabinet. New file. I think we're pretty much done. I'll do the Rifle Matrix stuff probably on my own time. Just because I'm bored. I mean, not bored, but rather just because it takes a while. It's a lot of stuff to really go over for DFM. Nothing interesting around here. Nope. Well, that's might as well do a little funny. Just a 10 pull. Nope, nothing. Okay, moving on. Items, those 200 cogs, 200k rather. Okay, so we're gonna close up PGR and move on to our next category. Let me just go back here. Close that out. Position and stuff, because posture is important. I'm sitting at the desk all the time. I am going to quickly though close up the stream and restart it, just so that I got proper stuff going on. Station. Okay. So I'm gonna just close the stream real quick on both YouTube and Twitch, and then I'm gonna restart the stream after. Okay. Title is all correct and everything. Elements. View. So I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna end the stream and quickly